So I want to invite Jonila Godole from Albania. She's the director of Institute of Democracy, Media and Culture and famous Albanian journalist. Dr. Godole, please.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. I see a little bit. I see the panel, or but I don't know. Can you see me? Okay, so I don't know. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, yeah, I'm so sorry not to be there with you. A lot of friends that I wanted to meet and to share, but okay. So it's good that it worked like this. How many minutes do I have for my presentation?
Till 20 minutes.
Till 20. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, I think it is better maybe to not to have my video, and so okay. So for Albania, I know a lot of people who are there. They know something about Albania, maybe some others not so much, but anyhow, when we are talking about memory places and public memory in post-communist Albania, this is my my topic today. And when we talk about that, we just have to or I have to remind you about what kind of repressive apparatus Hoxha's dictatorship in that time built it. So included a network of prisons and labor camps and in places of internal exile or internment. So they were established to punish political opponents, their families, and over several generations. That was specific in the Albanian communism. During 1945 and 1949, the deportation ordered by the leadership, they were carried out at the beginning without any legal basis. So written orders from high-ranking regime officials in that time, they were just sufficient, and the exiles, they were isolated in the so-called barbed wire camps, which they were not allowed to leave and had to appear daily for roll call. And yeah, the network of prisons and labor camps in Albania did not differ significantly, we say, from the Soviet gulags in that time, which is why the Albanian penal system is also from some historians referred as the Mediterranean gulag, what you see there. So three models, they were established in that time. I want to talk about a little bit about these prisons, and then to come today. How is the situation? What happens with these camps? Do we have museums there or memorials? If not, why not? If yes, where? So very briefly, I will show you the three categories, how it was organized in the time, the system of prison and penal system. So the barbed wire camps, the prisons, and the forced labor camps until 91. The barbed wire camps, they were established immediately after the communists came to power. And the interesting thing is that they were established in almost every region in Albania, but mostly it worked like this, that the prisoners or the people, the enemies, the so-called enemies from the north, they were put in the south and vice versa, so that they have different religions. They go in regions where nobody knew them, and so it was even to divide the country and to divide it through religion in that time, and through this being the supporter of the communist regime or not, which this kind of polarization, it was until 91, but unfortunately it is until today. So they were the three most important camp in Kruja, in Berat, and in Tepelena. Mostly the public opinion in Albania knows about the Tepelena camp, where a lot of children died, and women and old people, which were put in very bad conditions there. And this had to stop 1953. After that, they just put the people, they just gathered them in internment camps, but not so much the barbed wire camps, but there were other internment camps which were built near the villages, and they were near the people, but they still has to be there, and has to be every day in the police office to show themselves. And so for the Tepelena camp over the years, it was mostly in the public debate. The other camps, they are not so well known, because in Tepelena camp there were some initiatives to build a museum, but until now, we will see later, nothing happened. So the prisons was the second pillar of penalty, what they built in that time. And the first prisons, they were intended as places where prisoners would serve their sentences in without doing forced labors. They were just closed there. There were two of them in Tirana, the prison. It is still in work now, and the prison in Borel. They were this one. It was the prison where the well-known anti-communist intellectuals and politicians that were in prisons. And later, we can say now that in that time in Albania there were more than 30 prisons and 50 internment camps in Albania. So it was at the end of the 40s, at the beginning of the 50s in that time. And later on, the communist regime in the 50s, the Ministry of Interior, they began to establish forced labor camps. So they thought, okay, the barbed wire camps, there are the people there, we cannot use them. And in the prison, we cannot use them as well. So we can they establish a kind of forced labor camps and prisons in one, so that they can use or misuse the work capacities of the prisoners. So the camps were surrounded by barbed wire fences and guarded by police, and later so they were run by a commissar, a commander, and several officers. So it was just almost impossible to escape for these prisons, as they were, as we see in this photo. I don't know if you can see the photo. It is the Space camp, one of the most well-known in Albania, even for the public. And it is in North Albania. It is just in the mountains, so you couldn't get out from this prison in that time. And the Space camp, it worked until 1990. It was established 1968. It was a mine there where the prisoners were forced to work. For having copper and pirates. In this way, production costs were kept low on the one hand, and on the other, political prisoners remained far away from Tirana, Elbasan, and the other large cities. And the annual reports of the camp commanders proudly proclaimed in that time that the achievement of 95%, the prisoners were working very good. So other forced labor camps or prison camp, as we call it in Albania, It was the Balch prison camp and the Chafbari prison camp. They are well known too because a lot of former political prisoners were put there. Even former ministers and friends von Enver Hoxha, but mostly people who were accused for agitation and propaganda in that time, which was one of the highest crimes in that time. So these were the three categories of the system. So in shortly, it is interesting that one group, it was in 1991, is a group, the first group of Helsinki Federation for Human Rights came to Tirana, and they just wanted the release of the political prisoners, but they were still in prison until March 91. And one of the person in this delegation wrote what they saw there, that there were just horrible conditions. And I can just say some words here if I found it. Yeah, we saw dormitories with broken windows, bunk beds, almost no mattress or blankets, and drinking water was fetched from huge cisterns and was so dark and dirty and so on. So it was 91, until March 91, the political prisoners were there. So let's come today. What happens then after the 90s? After the 90s, even with all this kind of repression that we have in Albania and all these internment camps and prisons, which were there all the time, and near the people in the villages, in the cities, near the cities, we didn't establish any memorial sites. Only in the last 10 years, something happens, but it was mostly the initiative of the former persecuted or international institutions who established some symbolic memorials. But yeah, let's see. The categories which I divide them in the memorials and museums, which were built really, or has to be built in the former places of sufferance and persecution, and artistically oriented exhibitions and museums, which were just established like that as a symbol, but not in the places of memory, and not in these prisons and in these camps, what we have in Albania, like the bunkers. And so we had more than 170,000 bunkers. And we had a lot of these prisons and internment camps all over Albania now. But for the young generation, they do not have any. You cannot see them as what they were anymore in that time. So we can say that in Albania, after the Second World War, all the memory was established mostly around what the partisans have done. So it was all the victory against Nazism and fascism in that war, and it remains until now. Over 700 memorials commemorating this heroism during the Second World War, but so few memorials for just reminding us that we had a dictatorship where thousands of people were put in jail in that time and in these internment camps. So the first museum, but it is a local one, so it means it is not a national museum, and so it did not have so much funds. But still, it is the first museum, the Site of Witness and Memory in Shkodra, 2014. It was established. It was established in a building where after 1944 it was confiscated by the Franciscans and served as an inner city prison for the city of Shkodra. And this is a local museum And then we have, so I don't know the text now, how to, okay, this. Okay, I cannot show the text for you, which is behind the photos, but okay. So we see then two other buildings, or two other memorials, one memorial and one building. On the right, you see a memorial in Shkodra, so the second memorial in Shkodra, one museum and one memorial in Shkodra. On 20 May 2019, established to commemorate the suffering of intellectuals, clergy, men and women in Shkodra and all the region of the north. It was mostly for the north. And on the left, we see the House of Leaves, which was established. It is now a National Museum of Secret Surveillance, established 2017 in Tirana. It is mostly established. It was in that time. It was at the beginning of a maternity hospital in the 30s, and then after the war, it was served like a center of the Sigurimi, the Secret Service police. But it has not so much to do with the Albanian, how can I say, with the normal Albanians, because they were just on the telephones, and it was more for the foreigners coming in the country, and not so much for the Albanians who didn't have telephones in that time. But still, it is an interesting museum. I was critical by the establishment of this museum, and I still am, like now, because until now, because I think that it would be more important to show, or it would be, for me, the most important would be to have the national museums and the museums in the places of sufferance where the victims were, and not in the places where the persecutors were sitting. And so this is something which we see here. It was established 2017, and then we have the other kind of memorials, or artistically oriented exhibitions. In Tirana, on the right, you see the checkpoint monument, which was it is one bunker was there at the beginning. It was there, and then they have taken something, concrete beams from the Spatch prison. And then we have a fragment of the Berlin Wall. So it is a kind of, yes, a kind of monument, what we have there, but it is mostly artistically oriented. And then we have on the left a kind of memorial. It was in Lushnia for all the internment, the people who were interned in Lushnia. It is a region in South Albania where a lot of people were there until 1991, and almost until now. Some of the former persecuted people still live there. There were a lot of villages together. And so, and then we have two other artistically oriented exhibitions, which are one in the center of Tirana, where a lot of people go there, but there are mostly exhibitions. They are not in the places of memory, of the sufferance. So until now, we do not have any memorial and any museum in the places where really the political prisoners were and the people were in the internment camp. But what is interesting, it is that in the former villas of the nomenclatura in Tirana, the prime minister, they decided last year just to put them the old statues from Stalin and Lenin, to put them in the older, in some old villas, which they renovated, and they are used until now for the foreign delegations and prime ministers and politicians who are coming. It was over the years always a debate what to do with these villas and with the house of Enver Hoxha in Bloku. A lot of initiatives from historians by me or others, experts in the field of memory, for establishing there the House of Terror of Communism or a Museum of Communism, and it was just in vain. So until now, it is really not open for the public, but it is renovated and it is open for delegations. So what can we say about the politics of memory? So to close, and maybe you have any question, that in contrast to other Eastern European countries that I've seen, and I was there, there were hardly any efforts in Albania after the 1991 to establish a remembrance policy that would anchor the memory and of the atrocities of the past in the collective memory. So it is until now no official day of remembrance and no central memorial for the victims, as I said, of the communist dictatorship. And only very few places of remembrance exist. And although the various governments have repeatedly supported individual projects, this has served more to raise their own political profile. And it was used for their political agenda than as the basis for long-term politics of memory. So until today, it is the government in power always who has the the power of official memory. And so the narrative of the moment, it is like this. We had dictatorship, yes, but some good things happened there too. So this is the situation in Albania until now. And
Thank you very much, Jonila. Thank you so much. We have also Peter Rendek connected with us. Peter, do you hear us?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. We can
you hear
see
me?
you and we can hear you, but can you say something else?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, good morning to Tallinn.
Hello?
Is it okay?
Yeah, we can see you.
Hello.
Hello?
Okay.
Okay. So it's
your
time. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I prepared a short presentation on an overview of the Czech Republic situation in the field of memorials, victims, rehabilitations, and compensations. How is the situation in recent time with criminal complaints against the communist perpetrators, and how we are helping the victims, and what is the recent situation on the field of a building of the memorials to the victims. I have a PowerPoint, so I would like to maybe share with you my Well, I would like to divide my presentation to two parts. One part is dedicated to the project which was run and it is running by the Platform of European Memory and Conscience in Prague. And the second part, I would like to briefly introduce the sites, the memorials which are right now in progress or in development process in Czech Republic, and what is the situation as of 2023. So first of all, let me say something about the Justice 2.0 project, which we launched a couple of years ago. Nowadays, the public opinion is that the people are still saying why you are opening these things, why after 30 years you are trying to bring former perpetrators, responsible people for criminal activities against innocent civilians to the court. And we must say yes. In Czech Republic, existing official authorities since early 90s who are dealing with the investigation and preparation and of the former communist crimes, which is the official office of the police office of the investigation of the criminal crimes in the Czech Republic. But only after establishment of the platform European Memory and Conscience in 2011, we were able to move and push the whole agenda in a new direction. This project was launched in 2014-15 with my previous managing director, Nila Winkelmann, and a group of researchers and legal experts. And we identified a big group of the victims and perpetrators who are still alive. And this project wanted to focus, and the purpose of the project was to raise international awareness about the issue of unpunished international crimes of communism, and to contribute to finding ways to achieving international justice for these crimes. So, unfortunately, we couldn't bring those perpetrators into the international justice because our efforts in this field didn't succeed, but we didn't fail on domestic level. So we started research and analysis with our archival sources and documents, and we collected a lot of documents about the victims, about the group of those people who tried to escape across the Iron Curtain in Czechoslovakia in 1948, 1989. So basically we have statistics saying that we have like 280 people who died, civilians who died or were killed by the border guards along the Iron Curtain in Czechoslovakia. This is quite a big number, but platform found another cases, individuals. So this is not the final figure. So I don't believe that this is the final number or figure of the victims. So I believe in archive we can find another individuals. And we collected 2-3 groups of people, and we contacted our partners in Poland, in Germany, and we also launched the criminal proceedings in Czech Republic. So in 2017, we visited the Polish IPN, which has a power to investigate the communist crimes and crimes against the Polish nation. And we brought the cases of the people, Polish people, who tried to escape through Czechoslovakia in the period I mentioned. And the IPN showed the big express to continue with the investigation and identification of the graves of those people who died. And according to the former previous communist Czechoslovak legislation, they were buried in unmarked graves. So we identified the perpetrators, which was the highest Politburo members of the former Communist Party. And among them were Miloš Jakeš, former General Secretary of the Communist Party, the Lubomir Strogal, who was the Prime Minister for a long time, for a long period during the communism. And he was also the Prime Minister for 20 years in Czechoslovakia, who actually died on Monday this week. So the criminal proceedings and investigation was stopped against him, was stopped against Miloš Jakeš, who died 2 years ago. He was 97. But still continuing criminal investigation and proceedings against those low-level rank Politburo members or the commanders of the border guards. So we believe at least some symbolical resolution or something occurs in the future. On the other hand, we are trying to help with the rehabilitations and compensations of the victims, of former victims, not only those who were hurt or were killed, but also those who were arrested during the unsuccessful attempt to cross the borders and were later jailed and imprisoned in Germany, Czechoslovakia, or in Poland. So in 2017, we launched a big call in Germany and asked those people who survived, who are still alive, to start a rehabilitation process in Czech Republic or in Slovakia. It is worth to mention that we have a legislation since early 90s, which is rehabilitating former political prisoners. And this law or this act was never used on those victims from the Iron Curtain. So we started a new chapter in the rehabilitations and compensations. And the courts and the state authorities had to deal with the issue of this new agenda. Basically, the big breakthrough occurred in Bratislava court, district court in 2017, when young man Hartmut Tauts due to the attack of the border guard dogs. He was heavily wounded and he died in Bratislava. And we were able, with his family, to create also the documentary movie, which is promoting our activities, but also we were able to bring his case to the court. And they won rehabilitation and also a compensation for this heavy wounding, which led to death of their son. Of course, it is worth to mention that these compensations are not big money in these times, because the legislation was not calculating with the valorization of the payments or rewards for the families. So they are calculating this kind of compensation from early 90s years and the average salary and so on and so on. It's quite complicated issue right now, and we are trying to valorize it, and I will tell you later how we succeeded or not. So hand by hand with this rehabilitation, we also in the platform contacted our member in Bratislava, the Institute of National Memory, and also regional government, and we were able to open a small memorial dedicated to Hartmut Tauts in Bratislava. It was a big achievement in the time 2016, and it's still there, very close to the location or part of the state border. It was like 20 meters from the Austria-Czechoslovak border when he was got by the dogs and wounded, and on the consequences he died. So this is the case of Hartmut Tauts and his memorial, and we were able also with our work to analyze more. And this is the man Lubomir Strogal, who died on Monday, but he was actually responsible for the death of the Polish victims. At least 13 victims we brought to the Polish IPN and identified them and brought their materials. And the Polish prosecutors launched an investigation against the Lubomir Strogal, who was responsible for the death of the Polish citizens on the soil of Czechoslovakia. And also we identified the graves. It was a work of our researchers that we identified 6 graves of the innocent civilians from Poland in the cemeteries in Brno, Bratislava, because in that time when they died in early 60s, 1961, 65, there was an order of Ministry of Interior that those people were treated as an agents of foreign powers, as a terrorist, and they had to be buried in unmarked graves. So according the records in the cemeteries, we were able to identify those graves, and we forwarded this information to the Polish authorities so they can use it in the future. And they were really expressed their will to make an exhumation in Czech Republic. But right now, I don't know what is the status of these works because the platform is not a real partner for the state authorities. It's a better to use state partnership in this issue. So, but the platform prepared all those materials. So let me say that the progress really started in Czech Republic and even in Slovakia, and the family thoughts was compensated. It's not big amount, but it was compensated with like 3,300 euros in 2017, which was the highest level in the time. And we also launched letters and lobbying for making valorizations. And the same cases occurred in Czech Republic because this legislation is still valid in Czech, and both in Czech and Slovakia. And we are like hitting the limits in that. And we helped and also the courts in Czech Republic rewarded the victims from the East Germany who survived. And what is ridiculous that the real compensations for those who were not wounded or killed are very, very small one. So for the arrestation or the to arrest, the daily compensation is like 1.5 euros. So we have right now a lot of rehabilitations, more than 50s, and we have some cases where people earning for compensation ridiculous like 10 euros or 20 euros. So this is really unacceptable. And the next step for us was to bring this case for a higher instance. And some of the victims from the East Germany were not satisfied with that. So they turned to the Constitutional Court. And in fact, in the end of January this year, we have a big achievement, which is breakthrough. And the Constitutional Court really stands and want to help the victims. So they stated that that the courts of the lower courts were doing mistakes, and were analyzing that the right of the people and in their resolution is the top priority in a democratic system, and everyone had the right to leave the country according to the international legislation, which was adopted to Czechoslovak legislation in after the Helsinki in 1977. So, in fact, we are right now expecting that the lower courts have to take in account the resolution of the Constitutional Court, and they must reward those victims with significantly more or higher financial compensation. This is the result of a couple of years ago, the resolution of the Constitutional Court. So it's also the achievement, big breakthrough in our project. So basically, yes, we have two levels. One is helping the compensation rehabilitation. The second is the perpetrators. Regarding the perpetrators, as I mentioned, some of them died. The system or our investigation. The police launched the investigation, and they found out, according to our evidences, that in fact those people were responsible and were criminals. Those people started to defend themselves with their lawyers, and they started to bring to the court and to the state attorney the evaluation of their medical status or health status, and they all were bringing the evaluation examination. They all are suffering the dementia, and they are not capable to understand the criminal complaint, and so on and so on. And we started to fight back against it, because we learned that those examinations were done by the medical experts who were in that time, at the time of the communist period, the communists itself. They were military officers. It was the military hospital, and were in fact the subordinates of those people who were in that time in Politburo. And the Constitutional Court helped us with our argumentation. So the new examination took place, but they confirmed that those people are okay. They cannot be brought to the court because they don't understand. On the other hand, the police responsible for those criminals. So we didn't bring and we didn't move another achievement in that field, but we are still believing, because the investigation continues with former Ministry of Interior Ratislav Vajnar and František Kincl, and we believe that maybe some achievements will occur in the future. So this is basically the first part, and you can see how we are working with helping the victims, and still are ongoing the rehabilitations in our country. Recently, I was able to identify also victims from Ukraine and who were trying to escape through Czechoslovakia, and I contacted our Ukrainian partners, and they were able to collect materials about the victims who were trying to escape from Kiev to Austria, but were captured by the border guard in Czechoslovakia and Bratislava. So I believe that this is another window which could be used in this kind of international project, which is run by the Estonian partner. And I also believe that we can also got the information and cooperation with Albania. As Jonila said, we have a lot of victims from Albania. We would like to enlarge our project and identify the all victims together. We know that there were also victims on the Hungarian, Yugoslavian borders, because we see the similarities in the protection of the border guards and between the West and East. And yes, I believe we can continue in the platform to make this project more international, even with our Estonian and Baltic partners. The second part of my presentation is dedicated to some recent situation in the Czech. Yes.
Excuse me, your time is already ends. So how many time do you need more?
Maybe 5 minutes. I will briefly go through it.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Okay. So this is the situation in Lety Upisku is a former Roma concentration camp, which is in these days it is run by the Roma Culture Museum, which is under the Ministry of Culture. And in 2016, 17, 18, the government bought the pig farm, which was on the location of the previous Roma concentration camp. There was gathered like more than 1,000 people from Roma minority in that time, and this camp served as a concentration camp. And those people were later transferred to extermination camps in Poland, Auschwitz, or in terrorism. And on this side, this is only memorial, which is right now under preparation, and the competition about the design of the new memorial is underway. And this is the also excavation and kind of archaeological research in the site where they will uncovered the graves of individuals who died there. And it will be probably next year when the new memorial dedicated on the place of the former Roma concentration camp will be opened in the Lety u Písku, which is in the central Bohemian region. And we believe that this new memorial dedicated to the Holocaust will be open for the visitors and will bring modern design and will pay tribute and respect to the Roma minority who suffered during the Second World War. This is a very recent development. Now it's underway, the design and the competition for the design of this memorial, and we believe next year they will open and welcoming the new visitors. Well, this is another case. This is the Diablice Cemetery, which is in Prague. This is the location of the northern part of Prague, which is the commemoration site from the early 90s in Czech Republic, which is the mass grave, the location of the mass graves where are both the resistant fighters of the Nazi regime and also the anti-communist resistant fighters in one mass grave. This is the still ongoing because there is a public pressure to make exhumations and identify the individuals and heroes from the third Nazi resistance. Only exhumation took place several years ago with the Pater Josef Tofar, who was the Catholic priest, and his remains were uncovered, identified. There was a DNA examination, and he was reburied in the Chihost village. This man was murdered by the communist state security in 1950s, and also in these graves we have the heroes of the anti-Nazi resistance, which are the paratroopers who killed, assassinated Reinhard Heydrich. We know that the bodies are somewhere there, and this is also, it's a strange, but this is also the place where after the Second World War, the bodies of the Gestapo and those kind of responsible for Nazi terror were buried when they were executed by the people's tribunals. So it's mixed and it's not in a proper condition, and it is still big debate in Czech Republic how we can proceed with that. One group of the people and the military experts say we have a like proper memorial right now. The second one is saying we must identify and divide it and have heroes back identified and properly buried. So this is the Brno sale. This is the former prisoner from the Maria Theresia Emperor of the Austrian monarchy, and was used this this building during the Nazism and communism. And we know, and the recent research is showing that we know that the victims were executed as well in this case. The problem is that the regional government wanted to turn this old building as a kind of new studio for artists and something, but the historians were against it. They didn't want to destroy the part of the building, and they want to at least part of the building to turn to memorial to those who suffered. They were like local individuals, poets from the region who were arrested there, and we know about some execution, and it's still ongoing. This is the brand new memorial dedicated to Jan Palach, who self-immolated in 1969. This is his family house. This is the competition which shows how the current memorials looks like in Czech Republic. This is the part of National Museum, and this show how his act, his self-immolation, divided the society in 1969. It was as a protest against the occupation of Czechoslovakia by the Soviets, by the Russian army. Besides the old family building stands a new visitor center which brings a lot of information about Jan Palach, his family, about the period of 1968-69. This is the open since 2019. Well,
But,
this is the new memorial.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Unfortunately, your time is
Yes.
finished, and I thank you very much for this presentation. But we need to move forward. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. For listening. And okay, I'm here to answer your question, if any. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. So we move forward, and now Vera Carnavale, professor from the Argentina, please.
Show some links. Okay. Shall I leave this here? Yes, maybe we can start with this one. Just okay. So hello, good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much for this invitation, and thanks in advance for the translators that I guess they will have a hard work with me because of my English. The military dictatorship installed in Argentina on March 1976 implemented a repressive regime whose nature, scale, and modalities were unprecedented in national history. Thousands of detainees disappeared, assassinated, political prisoners, exiles, hundreds of appropriate children, and the implementation of a regressive economic model were the material results of a regimes that made terror the fundamental tool of political domination and social discipline. My presentation will describe the main characteristics of this repressive regime, while emphasis will be placed on those emblematic practices and memorial rituals promoted by the human rights movement, as well as on the main public sites of memory promoted jointly by state and the human rights movement. So I will talk about the repressive regime. Among the objectives that the military leadership that took power in 1976 was one that differentiated it from previous military coups: the decision to exterminate the political and social militancy that had driven and led the protest and mobilization of the 70s. Unlike the cases presented in this conference, the state terror in Argentina had a clear and explicit anti-communist content, understanding communists in a broad sense. In general terms, it could be said that it was the heterogeneous conglomerate of the so-called New Left, which was the privileged target of the repression. And in a more specific terms, we could say that its main victims, although not the only ones, were the armed left, whether Marxist or Peronist, inspired by the example of the Cuban Revolution and imbued in its imaginary, and the organized work of movement of classist orientation or identified with the left wing of Peronism. To carry out their objective of annihilation, the armed forces organized from within the state itself a clandestine repressive machinery that acts in a coordinated manner throughout the country, systematically and massively violating human rights by execution and wide variety of crimes: unlawful deprivation of liberty, torture, murder, deprivation of access to justice, baby stealing, or systematic appropriation of minors, among others. Its most specific characteristic was the forced and massive disappearance of people, and its epicenter was the clandestine center of detention, torture, and extermination. The sequences of the disappearances began with the kidnapping of the person and his or her transfer to a clandestine detention center. There, the prisoner was tortured in order to obtain information about other militants or about the organization to which he or he belonged. Real names or aliases were about dates, organization charts, etc. After days, months, and in some cases years of being held in a clandestine center, the person was transferred. The word transfer was the euphemism used by the repressive forces to refer to the murder of the prisoner. These detention centers were clandestine basically because they did not have a formal public existence, even though they operated in most cases in state-run spaces such as police stations, military barracks, police buildings, schools, and hospitals. In all the centers, the space was adapted to the same pattern, consisting in confinement rooms, torture rooms, intelligence rooms, guard rooms, and other facilities. The word facilities is not one. Most of the centers were located in densely populated areas of urban centers, and therefore there were numerous signs of their existence to neighborhoods and passers-by. This posed a threat to those on the outside with perceived rumors, strange nocturnal movements, or screams of the tortured. The multiplying power of this terror spread throughout all channels of country's social life, while the official silence made these signals even more sinister. It is currently estimated that between 1976 and 1983, more than 700 clandestine centers operated throughout the country. The number of detainees in each of them varied from several thousand or hundreds or tens. Some operated for only a few months, others for years or the entire period of the dictatorship. Kidnapping and disappearance. As has been pointed out, the sequence of disappearances began with the kidnapping of the person and his or her transfer to the clandestine detention center. From then on, no one knew any more about them. The common expression to refer to the abducted and henceforth disappeared person was, "they took him away." The relatives of the kidnapped people searched tirelessly for their loved ones. They consulted lawyers, they filed habeas corpus, the habeas corpus were systematically rejected. They visit police stations, ministries, prisons, hospitals, regiments, churches. They wrote letters to military chiefs, priests, civil servants, and politicians, but all information was hidden and denied by the different state institutions. Thus, deprived of all legal recognition of all rights, all protection and law, the disappeared person was at the mercy of the arbitrary power of the state. The disappeared, as President Videla said in an international press conference, are neither alive nor dead. They are disappeared. They are unknown. They have no entity. They are not there. Although it was not known during those years, most of the disappeared persons were being murdered. The modalities of the murders were varied. Many died during the torture or as a consequence of it. The majority, however, were shot or thrown while still alive, numbered with pentotal, into the Rio de la Plata or into the sea in the so-called death flights. Through this last method, as well as through the clandestine burials in mass graves or NN graves, whether in public cemeteries, in open fields, or in the clandestine centers themselves, the remains were made to disappear, thus concealing the evidence of the crime. The issue of the number of the disappeared person in Argentina is matter of political debate, a very delicate subject, by the way, which could be explained afterward if we have time. For the time being, around 10,000 disappeared have been proved, while the human rights organizations have maintained all over the time, perhaps more symbolically that with empirical knowledge, at the present, the number of 30,000. In any case, whatever figure is considered, most of these people, no one doubts that they are already dead, are still missing. From 1994 to the present, the Argentine forensic anthropology team, I found it could be quite interesting for you, had managed to recover 1,400 remains. Of those, only 800 have already been identified and returned to their families, while the remaining 600 are waiting to be identified. In other words, most of the people who disappeared during the years of terror, which strictly speaking preceded the installation of the dictatorship in 1976, are still missing. Memory practices. If the search for truth and justice was, for the disappeared began very early with the creation of human rights organizations formed mainly by the relatives of the disappeared, among which Mothers de Plaza de Mayo definitely stand out, it can be said that the practices of memory, or the places of memory understood in broad sense, took shape and stretched in public spaces during the period of the democratic transition. This is 1983-1985. Since then, and up to the present day, different memorial practices and rituals have emerged in Argentina, which also from the period of the transition and up to the present, with advances and setbacks, have been accompanied by public policies of memory, including the establishment of memory sites where clandestine detention centers had operated. Before offering some emblematic examples of practices and sites of memory, I would like to point out that in Argentina, both the theme of memory and the theme of human rights have been directly associated with the struggle for truth and justice in relation to the disappeared, and, over the years, have also been identified with the vindication of their struggles and political identities. This vindication has crystallized in a consecrated and edifying story of the revolutionary militancy of the 70s, a story present in the discourse and public sites of memory. The flip side of this exaltation of the revolutionary militancy is the silence or the silencing of certain taboo subjects of the militant memory. For example, the practice of selective execution of people carried out by the armed revolutionary organizations. The reason for these silences are quite obviously. If revolutionary militants were the main victims of the repression, and if their survivors, relatives, and political heirs were and are a key component of the human rights movement in Argentina, how can the practice of executing people, a practice irreconcilable with the humanist paradigm, can be incorporated into a consecrated account of the victims? In other words, how to vindicate at the same time the revolutionary tradition and the humanist paradigm. In fact, in more strictly political terms, the pointing out of these silences is the hobby horse of groups ideologically sympathetic to the repression, and to some degree negationist, I don't know how to say it, which makes any public intervention critical of revolutionary experience, as my end, of the 70s, more difficult and delicate. Having said that, then, I would like to illustrate some of the most emblematic practices and sites of memory. At the same time, I would like to draw attention to certain constituent and common elements of these practices. A. If the practice of disappearance sought to erase all traces of identity and humanity, the use of the hood and the replacement of the name with a number in the clandestine detention center, the disappearance of the body and burials as NN, the practices of memory sought and seek to articulate the function of denunciation with that of reparation. In the latter sense, they try to reinstate and visualize in the public space the different forms and dimensions of the identity and history of the disappearance. Hence, the importance of the inscription of the names, photographs, biographical data, etc. B. Closely linked to the above, another element to highlight is the various forms of marking of the disappeared in the urban landscape. That is particularly visible in the case of the floor tiles. I will show photographs in a few minutes. Symbolically speaking, these markings make the absent present, in exact opposition to the Videla's words quoted above, the disappears are there. Many of these markings are even accompanied by the slogan, "Disappeared comrades present." Now, the emblematic practice and sites. First, I want to talk about the thirsty round of the Madres de Plaza de Mayo, Mothers of Plaza de Mayo. The Mothers of Plaza de Mayo is the human rights organization that brings together the mothers of the disappeared. It received this name because since April 1977, they have been demonstrating their demand by meeting quickly every Thursday at 3:30 p.m. in the Plaza de Mayo, where the government house is located. From 1982 onwards, these rounds began to become more and more popular. Ritual for excellent, the round of the mothers with their white headscarves, originally represented an nappy, became a true international symbol for the struggle for truth and justice. For several times for now, the floor of the Plaza de Mayo has been painted with the white headscarves. The ashes of most famous mothers have also been buried in the Plaza de Mayo. For obvious reasons, the round is nowadays carried out by the children and grandchildren of the disappeared. So, this one is the first photograph you have. This photograph, let me check my notes. This picture was taken during the dictatorship between 1980 and 1982, more or less. They are mothers and relatives of the disappeared climbing the Plaza de Mayo in front of the government house. See, here you can see the pictures and what I was talking about, the importance of present the faces, the names, the date of disappears, the history of the disappeared. This is the same. You see, this is quite famous one because they are showing the document photograph, the document that the state gave to the people, and to that people that the state disappeared. So they are reinstalling in the public space that picture. The same thing. So here's the thirsty round around the Plaza de Mayo pyramid. The photograph is still during the dictatorship, probably also between 1980 and 1982. This is a well-known image of the repression during the first mass mobilization against the dictatorship, March 30 on 1982, under the slogan, "Bread, Peace, and Work." And this mobilization was also very famous because too late later, because of this was the first massive mobilization against the government. 2 days later, the dictatorship invaded the Falklands and started the war. So it was some kind of intent, of popular intent, appealing to the national feelings of Argentine people. That's the beginning of the war. Well, another picture under the dictatorship, the woman you are seeing is an historical leader of Madres de Plaza de Mayo, Eve de Bonafine. Although over the years she became very controversial in political terms and generated major rejections, during the dictatorship she played a very important role as leading the mothers. She died 2 months ago, but as you can see there, she was a very brave woman, which was something very useful and important for the other mothers who didn't dare to confront the police, and she were particular confrontative. This is a picture of the grandmothers of Plaza de Mayo. As you know, during the dictatorship, almost 400 or 500 children were stolen from their parents. They were kidnapped with their parents, or they were born in captivity. The blonde woman you see there is the president of Abuela de Plaza de Mayo, Estela de Carlotto. Her grandson was born in captivity in 1988 and was located, and his identity was restored in 12,000 14 after 36 years of searching. He was the 114th grandchild to be returned. Since its foundation, the grandmothers have been able to locate and return the identity of 132 grandchildren. Here is also the grandmothers during, I think this photograph may be 1983 because of the amount of people. And what says there is, where are the hundreds of babies born in captivity? There's again Eva de Bonafini and the mothers in 1983. Yes?
Excuse me, you need 5 more minutes, yes?
Oh, okay, so
Because your time is already ends.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just the slogan, alive, appearance alive. The slogan was alive they took them, alive we want them. It was an impossible slogan, and it was very hard to leave it. There was a big problem, the big issue there to abandon that slogan. And these are the round of Mothers de Plaza de Mayo in the pyramid of Plaza de Mayo since 1993 towards nowadays. But nowadays, by obvious reason, are the children and the grandchildren who are every Thursday in Plaza de Mayo. This is a very famous one, and unknown people there. I think it was took in a mobilization against the impunity laws. And here the scarves, the white scarves, which originally symbolize the nappy of the baby. Then I can tell the story if we have time later. Some mothers put only mothers of Plaza de Mayo, and others put the names of the son or daughter and the date of disappearance. And now this is the Plaza de Mayo now. The scarves are painted into the Plaza de Mayo. Another practice of memory is the scratches. There's no translation for that. In Argentina, scratches were practices of public denunciation for torturers and repressors or perpetrators in general, accused of human rights violation during the dictatorship. They were promoted by the sons of the disappeared during the 90s, when the so-called laws of impunity were enforced in Argentina. So the slogan was, if there's no justice, there is a scratch. It consisted in a mobilization in the home of the perpetrator and to denounce him in the neighborhood. Here it said, let me see how I translate that. No, I don't find. Yes, torturer on the loose. This is a poster, so this is another one. There were like meetings in the street, denounce the perpetrators. They finished when the impunity laws were out of order. Well, and now I would like to I don't know, can you help me please I don't know where they are, to look for, well, these are another floor tiles that they are very an horizontal practice. They are friends, are neighbors of disappeared people, and they put on the street these tiles where it says, although here was kidnapped, here lives Amanda, popular militant disappeared by the terrorists by the state terror in 1977. Here studied Miguel and Adriana, popular militants detained by terrorists. And what is interesting of this, that is a trace of the disappeared over the street. You can walk every street in Buenos Aires and you will find one of these. So it's what I was talking about, the appearance of the disappeared in the landscape, the urban landscape. And yes, now I would show There are two sites. Well, I will read. Excuse me. This one, no, this one, no. I will show just two places or two sites of memory, the most important ones for me. They are the ex-ESMA, well-known, international well-known, and the Memory Park. The most interesting feature of this is the joint action between government entities and human rights organizations and professionals of different disciplines in the planning and management of these sites. Of course, the construction of these sites involved long and difficult debates. Whose are these sites? The victims, their families, their communities? What story should be told in them? In what words? What should be the basic consensus? What are the unacceptable themes, words? How to represent the horror experience there? What are the supports to reparation? Of course, the concourse of different actors inevitably implied a sort of negotiation of meaning, words, concept, temporal cuts, etc. It could be said that the final result is a narrative centered fundamentally in the characteristic of the repression, the memory, and homage of victims, and the critical mandate of memory, an ethical mandate of memory.
Excuse me, Vera.
No, this is not.
This time is finished
Okay.
already. I need,
Okay, I'm sorry.
unfortunately, to stop you. I'm very sorry.
It's okay.
And this was Evgeny Zakharov's
No, this is
presentation
not mine.
yesterday. It's not Vera's. But I think we can continue talk after the break
Okay.
and
It's a
in
link
our
of mine.
discussion. Thank you very much, Vera.
Okay, thank you.
So we continue, and now Professor Daniel Șandru from Romania, please.
Need to switch. And to switch the slide. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dimitri. Hello, everyone. I want to thank you being here today, and I want to thank to Mr. Milis Maripu for inviting us, me and my colleague Ștefan Bosomitu, and have this opportunity to present to you the single memorial in Romania dedicated to the victims of communism, which is assumed by the Romanian state. Also, last but not least, I want to allow me to thanks to my colleague, Dr. Dalia Batory, who helped me in preparing this presentation. Well, my presentation consists in two parts. In the first one, I will make an overview, a short overview, of the memorials to the victims of communist repression in Romania. And in the second one, I will present the main project of our institute for the next 3 years, because our institute is in fact a governmental agency. But before I'm doing this, I want to emphasize the fact that I'm not speaking here as a specialist in architecture, nor as a historian. So if you will have historical questions, I will kindly ask my colleague, Dr. Ștefan Bosomitu, to answer to them. Well, my presentation of the future memorial from Râmnicu Sărat, in the second part of my intervention, is that of a manager whose main mandate objective is to make this project a reality in the next 3 years. But let me, for the start, to speak to you about some places with memorial role in Romania today. The first one is the Memorial of Resistance and Repression in Bihor. It's a private initiative, and it was founded in 2016. It is dedicated to the victims of the communist repression in Bihor County, which is in the northwest part of Romania. It's located in the citadel of Oradea, in one of the basement of the building there. It is not placed in an original location, but the structure is similar to a penitentiary. It is a remake of the Securitate Penitentiary from Oradea. It has 10 rooms disposed on both sides of a corridor on a surface of 250 square meters. Contains, as you can see here, a timeline of the communist repression, as well as biographies and photos of the victims placed in cells made of wrought iron. The second one is the memorial house dedicated to the victims of the communist dictatorship in Romania, and it is located in Sfântu Gheorghe, Covasna County. As you can see, it was founded in 2014 by the Association of Former Political Prisoners in Romania, with the support of the local city hall. Is located practically in the basement of the association headquarters in Sfântu Gheorghe. It is neither an original nor a historical place, but an exhibition and educational center dedicated to the repression of Hungarian ethnics in Romania during collectivization and in the aftermath of the Hungarian Revolution in 1956. It has a seminar room and remakes of a prison cell and of an interrogation room, as you can see here. Yeah, the cell, and back is the interrogation room. The exhibition contains large panels with replicas of documents created by the Securitate against the young Hungarians that founded underground groups in Romania to show support for the revolution in Hungary. Well, the next one, and for sure the most important in Romania, is the Memorial of the Victims of Communism and Resistance in Sighet. It was founded in 1993 by the Civic Academy Foundation, also a private initiative, in the former penitentiary of Sighet, a significant space in the Romanian symbolic geography of repression. It functions as a memorial, museum and educational center, is the first and the largest memorialization initiative in Romania regarding the communist regime. The museum has 83 thematic rooms corresponding to the former prison cells, and it covers the history of repression and elements of everyday life in communist Romania. As you can see, collectivization of agriculture. Here we have the medical care in prison, also subjects like the workers' strikes in Valea Jiului in 1977 and Brașov 1987. And to feel this kind of memorialization, there also is placed there the cemetery of the poor. The cemetery is an architectural ensemble and compound dedicated to the political prisoners that died or were executed in the communist prisons and camps. The cemetery is organized and managed also by the Civic Academy Foundation and the Sighet Memorial. And it was in this cemetery that the bodies of dead political prisoners from Sighet were buried. The numbers are unknown, as the authorities tried to conceal those deaths. However, it is believed that approximately 50 bodies were thrown in that cemetery. Another private initiative is the Pitești Prison Memorial and Museum. It contains also a museum of communism for children. The memorial was founded in 2014 on the remains of the former Pitești prison, which functioned between 1941 and 1977. The Pitești prison sheltered the infamous experiment consisting of beatings and tortures applied by inmates to their prison colleagues and had place between 1949 and 1952. It is a so-called experimentul Pitești, the Pitești experiment. The memorialization concept consists of minimal intervention and preservation of the historical place. There are permanent and temporary exhibitions based on documents and oral history interviews. Also, as I told you, the memorial contains the Museum of Communists for Children. It was founded in 2022, in the last year, and is based on activities for children aged 5 to 12 and a textbook regarding the history of communism. And this is our main objective at the Institute, objective of memorialization, of course, at the Institute for the Investigation of the Crimes of Communism in Romania. We talk about the former penitentiary from Râmnicu Sărat, which is in the east part of Romania, about 120 kilometers from the capital, from Bucharest. It is a 100-old building situated in Buzău County. It is managed by the Institute since 2007. And I have to ask you to notice that my mandate as a president of this institute is since March last year. Like in Sighet, many important political leaders were imprisoned here. Our institute filed a criminal complaint against the last commander of the prison, Alexandru Vișinescu. As a result, he was tried for crimes against humanity and condemned to 20 years. He died in prison in 2018. He is the main entrance here in the cell area. And the penitentiary will be turned into a memorial by 2026. So here you have the administrative pavilion. Here is the entrance in the cell area. This is the courtyard of the penitentiary. Unfortunately, in January or February 2020, there was a storm and the roof of the cell area was damaged, as you can see now. This is the cell area, a view from inside. And of course, the main question for us is how do we want to transform this place into a memorial? And in order to answer to this question, I will make a short presentation of the curatorial concept. Of course, it is a proposal, but right now I can tell you that we have the money, we have a clear schedule. We will start the reconstruction, let's say, of the former penitentiary and the construction also of a new building in underground in the front of the old penitentiary. So now I will, if you can help me please, to the other images. Also with this button, okay? Okay, this is our project, our proposal. So the memorial, which it means the restored building of the Râmnicu Sărat Penitentiary, a 100-year-old Class A historical monument, and the educational center, a new underground and above-ground building in the courtyard of the penitentiary, are designed to function as a unit in this curatorial concept that aims to showcase the prison as an artifact. The educational center shelters, these are some renderings with technical data. If you want, after the conference, I can spread them to you. So, the educational center shelters the permanent and temporary exhibitions, and it is an umbrella for various museum education activities and residency programs. Its main role is to highlight the memorial, to explain and showcase it, similarly to the manner in which the display cases, lights, and explanatory text enhance the artifacts in a traditional museum. The educational center will not purchase objects and preserve typical collections, only written and audiovisual documents. However, its functions include a permanent exhibition and spaces for temporary exhibition. Therefore, the project is museum-based, subjected to the rigors of museology. Despite that, the result will not be a museum per se. The concept aims to offer the visitor the unmediated experience of a penitentiary architectural compound. Therefore, the historical monument will undergo minimal interventions. The building was used between 1900 and the mid-1960s as a prison for political and common prisoners, and the penitentiary will not become an exhibition space. Instead, it will be explored and understood as an artifact. The permanent exhibition in the educational center will prepare the visitor for the eminently sensory interaction with the space of the penitentiary by exposing them to information, narratives, and images. The Prison of Silence is the title of the memorial. So the Prison of Silence curatorial theme will be suggested throughout the memorial through permanent or temporary sound installations created by artists. The installations will explore the theme of silence in the communist prison. Through a centralized sound system, the space of the prison will become a complex musical instrument for which both Romanian and international artists invited to take part in the residency programs of the educational center will create compositions. The space hosting the permanent exhibition in the educational center was designed as a negative of the penitentiary. The visitor's itinerary begins in the permanent exhibition, which takes them to a new aseptic, classic museal space before they enter the penitentiary. The depth of the underground building is almost equal to the height of the penitentiary. Symbolically, the underground exhibition becomes the foundation of the memorial, aiming to expose the context, forces, and events that made possible the existence of the communist penitentiary system in Romania, and also of the one that preceded it. This non-linear narrative is architecturally expressed through the three corridors that lead to the penitentiary, each telling a different story. The newly built building is organically linked to the penitentiary, not only because it becomes a new gateway to it, but also because it protects the monument from its transformation into a museum or educational space with workshop rooms, conference rooms, projection rooms that would alter it irretrievably. By transferring all the museum, educational, and administrative functions to the new building, the historical monument avoids the risk of becoming a simple container for various activities, necessary but contradicting its original architectural program. and retains its status and symbolic strength as a monument and memorial. This is our project. I am very glad that I can present it to you here today. Thank you again, and I am waiting for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you. And now, Dr. Blanka Matkovic from Croatia, please.
May I use keyboard instead of clicker? Okay, so it's the same thing. Yeah, that's mine. Thanks. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizers of this conference for inviting me to speak on the challenges in locating, investigating, and memorializing the burial sites of executed victims of the communist terror in Croatia, although, as you will hear during this presentation, there is much work to be done. Following the breakup of communist Yugoslavia in 1991, Croatia was recognized as an independent country in the early 1992, and after 4 years of war, Croatia won its freedom in 1995. Today, Croatia is a member of the EU and NATO, but the question remains whether the breakup with communism indeed happened or not. Despite the passage of time, past issues are still a matter of political and scholarly debates and of everyday life in Croatia, which consequently leads to major divisions within our society. To portray this more clearly, Croats served the Second World War teams and teams from their communist past for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, especially in April, May, and June, when they are continuously bombarded with the same historical issues in the media and by the politicians. The reasons for this are various, starting from those individuals, political parties, and NGOs that get funding to keep Croatian society stuck in the past instead of dealing with it. But looking at the bigger picture, this is mainly due to the reluctance to deal with the communist past and the incomplete decommunization of Croatian society, in which all requests for illustration of all communist structures failed. Hence, many former prominent communists still hold positions of power, and from those positions, they make threats to those who think differently or who wish to question official historical narratives, meaning those that were created by the Communist Party between 1945 and 1990. In such situation, questioning the communist Second World War narrative and especially investigating communist crimes is often seen as historical negationism, although it is actually those political structures that are in denial of the important part of the Croatian modern history. This puts researchers under tremendous political pressure to prevent them from critical thinking, objective analysis, and asking questions based on new evidence, and sometimes even expose them to death threats or threats related to getting or keeping an employment. For example, in the years before Croatia joined the EU, former Croatian president and also former communist Stjepan Mesić compared attempts to rethink the official history with, I quote, celebrating fascism, and he argued that this might prevent Croatia from joining the EU. In October 2011, Mesić expressed his concerns about, I quote, the second historical revisionism offensive in order to judge communism, which is equated with Nazi fascism. He emphasized that the same thing was happening in other transition countries and concluded that, I quote, democratic Europe seems to be too democratic towards such excesses. 2 years ago, Mesić described researchers who keep investigating post-war communist crimes as political scarecrows. Mesić is not alone in this narrative. His example is here simply used to show in which circumstances researchers in Croatia are forced to work. As many others who act as the guardians of the communist official narrative, Mesić ignores the fact that in 2011, Croatia's parliament had adopted the European Day of Remembrance of Victims of all totalitarian and authoritarian regimes, which is commemorated on 23rd August each year. This day also refers to victims of communist crimes, but this does not necessarily mean that Croatia put enough effort to investigate these crimes, to locate burial sites and commemorate the victims. To demonstrate this, I will give a brief overview of the research projects conducted on investigating and locating mass graves in Croatia, and I will conclude with examples of commemoration. In October 1991, the same day that the Croatian parliament cut all remaining ties with Yugoslavia, the Commission for the Identification of War and Post-War Victims was founded. The law defined war victims as people killed between 6th of April 1941, when the Second World War in Yugoslavia began, and 9 May 1945. Post-war victims were those killed after the date. The Commission began its work on 11 February 1992, and in October 1999, it submitted a report stating that it had collected 88,800 testimonies and recorded the names of 153,700 victims in Croatia, 99,228 in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and 8,487 in other former Yugoslav republics. The Commission also identified approximately 700 mass graves in Croatia, including 106 in the city of Zagreb and Zagreb County, as well as 90 mass graves in Bosnia and Herzegovina and 200 in Slovenia, although this number significantly increased since then, and today we speak of approximately 200 burial sites in Slovenia. The Commission did not have the time to finish its work as its activities were terminated on 28 May 2002. However, the Commission adopted the same methodology as previous post-war Yugoslav commissions that investigated war crimes, and all these commissions primarily relied on testimonies, which is why the flaws in the research were identical. Once again, archival collections, especially those in regional archives and museums, were largely ignored. Following Resolution 1481 from 2006 of the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly that strongly condemned the massive human rights violations committed by totalitarian communist regimes and expressed sympathy, understanding, and recognition for the victims of these crimes, and the Declaration on the Condemnation of Crimes Committed during the Communist Totalitarian Regime in Croatia between 1945 and 1990, in 2008, the Croatian State Attorney's Office initiated the research project War Crimes Committed Against Croatian Citizens at the end and after the Second World War. The project was conducted by the Croatian State Archives in Zagreb, which was asked to prepare the list of the groups of prisoners of wars and civilians captured by the Yugoslav army and Yugoslav authorities, regardless whether they were executed or detained in camps. The project also collected the following information for each group: composition, formation, movement, locations, separations from group or merging with other groups, the circumstances of the surrender and capture, executions, and other atrocities against each group. Based on extensive archival researchers, the investigators, including myself, had to systematically investigate and document the sites of mass graves and assess the reliability, integrity, and usability of the collected data and documents related to the victims and potential perpetrators, including an analysis of the needs and possibilities for further research. The research was conducted in over 30 archives and museums in Croatia and Slovenia, where thousands of documents were reviewed. This resulted with a large amount of data that were entered into Access database, and a separate full report with all available data and data analysis was submitted for each grave site that had been investigated. This included the site biography, the chronology of events, the list of victims and witnesses, testimonies, the movement of the Yugoslav units in the area, and a list of possible perpetrators, meaning individuals and military units, which were at the scene when the crimes took place. Also, additional reports were submitted to the Ministry of Culture and the Zagreb Police Department. However, the research ended in April 2011 due to the funding problems and the lack of administrative and political support. Meanwhile, at the end of 2010, the Catholic Church founded the Commission for Croatian Martyrology that organized an international conference on Croatian martyrs and victims from the period of communist regime. It was emphasized that it was necessary for each diocese to appoint a commissioner for Croatian martyrology who would coordinate the work in the dioceses and parishes. The resolution of the conference urged the Church and the Croatian people to continue and complete the work of identifying martyrs among the victims and initiate canonical procedures for them. Priests were encouraged to continue collecting testimonies from witnesses. The state authorities in Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina were urged to complete a comprehensive list of all war and post-war victims as quickly as possible to thwart any manipulation of the numbers of victims. The state authorities were also called upon to act more decisively in the condemnation of communist crimes and to promote democracy and the freedom of each individual. In mid-2011, the Office for Locating, Arranging and Labeling the Graves of the Victims of the Communist Regime was set up with a task to locate, mark and maintain the sites of mass graves. The office employed only 5 people, including one historian, who was at the same time its director. Since there were no researchers, it was not clear who was supposed to do the task of collecting and processing the data and archival materials. Also, the office's duties only applied to the victims executed by Tito's communists after 9 May 1945. However, most Croatian regions were taken by the Yugoslav army between October 1945 and early May 1944 and early May 1945, which means that hundreds of war crimes committed during that period or earlier would not be investigated by the office. Furthermore, the criteria for selecting locations were reasonable suspicions that locations in question contain mass graves created after the end of the Second World War, the proximity of Zagreb, the accessibility of terrain, and the public nature of the location. Therefore, the work of this office was largely focused on Croatian capital, and thus the following locations were selected: Gračani and the wider area of the mountain Medvedica foothills, the wider area of Velika Gorica, Maceljska Gora, and Brdovec near Zaprašić. According to the report, the main goal of the research was to find the exact locations of the grave sites so that the test digs could begin. The preliminary investigations consisted of archival research, contacts with NGOs dealing with research into post-war execution sites, and contacts with parish offices and local self-government bodies. Furthermore, the office especially focused on finding direct and indirect witnesses with knowledge of the location of grave sites. The task has proved to be, I quote, extremely difficult where there are no direct witnesses. Some grave sites cannot be located in the first attempt, even when there are several direct witnesses, due to changes in the configuration of terrain, in inaccurate or altered memory. In some cases, the office was not sure whether it was deliberately misled. In Velika Gorica, for example, I quote, "There is still a surprising amount of fear of talking about the crimes committed in the area after the end of the Second World War." The 2012 report concluded that public encouragement to testify would be of great help in establishing the facts and coming to terms with this part of our history. The office was short-lived, and during its existence, the mass grave site of Bernjak Zagrebačka Gora, also known as the Brestovac Sanatorium, has been excavated. Several test digs have been carried out in the wider area of Velika Gorica, and 11 locations were prepared for test digs and were expected to be completed by the end of 2012. In October 2012, the remains of 30 young males were excavated from the mass grave Krivice Brijeg in Gračani, but upon a decision by former Prime Minister Zoran Milanovic, who is currently Croatia's president, the office's work was terminated that same year. Based on this brief overview, it is clear that the largest progress on locating and investigating these burial sites was made in the 90s, and then between 2008 and 2012, meaning in the years just before Croatia joined the EU. It was also during that period from 2008 and 2012 that when Croatian authorities made the only attempt to prosecute the perpetrators of communist crimes. At the same time, when the research by the state attorney and the Croatian state archives was conducted, Simo Dubajic, who confessed in his memoirs that he had participated in the killing of at least 13,000 Croatian prisoners of war in May 1945 in Slovenia, was prosecuted for war crimes by the Zagreb County State Attorney's Office. Zagreb County Court issued an international arrest warrant for Dubajic, who at that time lived in Belgrade, Serbia, where he died in July 2009. Due to these circumstances, the trial ended after the court heard only one expert witness, which was me. In November 2011, another prominent member of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, Josip Boljkovac, was arrested. He had served in the Department for People's Protection, OZNA, which was predecessor of the Yugoslav secret police UDBA, and was under investigation for his role in the Second World War and post-war crimes. At that time, the former Croatian president, Stjepan Mesic, who was mentioned earlier, argued that this was actually a culmination of the right-wing offensive, which is also a glove thrown in the face of today's Europe. Following the appeal to Constitutional Court, the charges against Boljkovac were revoked due to procedural error. Message was satisfied and concluded that the arrest undoubtedly harmed the reputation of Croatia among democratic countries. In January 2012, a new investigation against Boljkovac was launched, but he was not arrested. Boljkovac was finally acquitted of all charges in May 2014. The judge, Tomislav Juriša, concluded that it would not be fair if all communist crimes fall on his shoulders and that executions were a political decision and not the arbitrariness of one individual. So far, Boljkovac is the only former member of the Yugoslav Army and the Communist Party of Yugoslavia who was tried in Croatia for the crimes committed in Croatia by the communist regime. Despite the fact that I and my colleague Stipo Pilic, who also work on the project conducted by the Croatian State Archives, spent a significant amount of time researching the communist crimes in Karlovac region where Boljkovac used to serve, and we collected a large amount of documents, we were never asked to testify and nobody ever contacted us regarding the data we collected. In the past 10 years, there have been barely any attempts to continue the work on locating and researching the burial sites of the victims of communist regime in Croatia. Today, the only government body that occasionally carries out exhumations is the Ministry of Croatian Army Veterans, whose work partially relies on my report submitted to Attorney's Office between 2008 and 2011. However, the research project conducted by the Croatian State Archives remains the only one whose primary goal was to determine the role of communist organizations and to identify the perpetrators of war and post-war crimes committed against Croatian citizens, as well as to compile the list of victims for each gravesite. As a result, today this work entirely depends on NGOs and volunteers, including professional and amateur historians who keep conducting this research in their free time and with their own resources. Their work is often financially supported by Croatian diaspora, but also ignored by the mainstream media, which continue to promote official narrative written between 1945 and 1990. The Croatian society is facing the same challenges when it comes to commemoration. With at least 700 burial sites, as well as numerous killing sites and concentration camp sites from the Second World War and the post-war period, Croatia leaves an impression of one massive dark heritage location. However, as discussed earlier, due to its communist past in former Yugoslavia and under the regime which had a significant impact on which categories of victims have been investigated, not all dark heritage sites have been equally well researched, presented, commemorated, or even marked. Many sites that hide victims of the communist regime are still secluded from the public view, mainly in inaccessible locations such as woods, pits, or old mines, and are often marked only with a cross, as shown on the slides where you can see the woods near Gornja Rijeka in Croatia and Kočevski Rog, the woods with several pits in Slovenia. All these photographs are mine, and here you can see me with my associates. How differently the burial sites of the victims of the communist regime are treated can be demonstrated if we compare commemorations in Jazovka and Brezovica, which are both held every year on the same date. The pit Jazovka emerges as a site of mourning and demonstration of national identity. When the communists entered Zagreb in 1945, they captured the patients and some members of staff found in the city hospitals and executed them in the hills of Žumberak, where they threw them into this pit. Objects found during the excavations included a thermometer and crutches. The archival documents reveal that many patients taken away from the hospitals were immobile or severely disabled. Jazovka is hidden deep in the woods and accessible only by a narrow path. At the location, there is not much to see apart from the entrance to the pit, a memorial plaque, and a rock with a cross where Mass is held annually on 22nd June, which is also celebrated as a national anti-fascist struggle day in Croatia. The commemoration is regularly organized by the Croatian Ritual Association Jazovka. At the same time, when this commemoration is held each year, meaning 22nd June, the government officials participate in another commemoration which they support, and that is the one in the woods of Brezovica near Sisak, where allegedly the first partisan unit in Croatia was founded on that same day in 1941. This is still celebrated despite the fact that the new evidence and more recent research by Croatian historian Dr. Vlatka Vukelic from the University of Zagreb reveals that on that particular day nothing actually happened, and the first partisan unit in Croatia was probably founded a few months later. Therefore, on 22nd June each year, ordinary Croatian citizens gather at Jazovka to remember the victims of communist repression, while political elites gather in Brezovica to celebrate power that is rooted in that same repression. When the local authorities are involved in the commemoration of the victims of communist regime, this is often done on a much smaller scale. This can be seen in my hometown Split, possibly due to Split being a tourist destination. The fortress Gripe, which was built in the 17th century and which served as a prison and prisoner of war camp during and after the Second World War, appears to be only a random stop in the context of dark heritage. Its darkness is suppressed completely. There is no memorial plaque for the victims, and this site became an unwanted heritage as it was airbrushed out of history. Starting from August 2018, local officials began commemorating this site. During the first commemoration, the mayor of Split, Andro Krstulovic Opara, mentioned the victims who perished from this prison and camp while asking and answering at the same time, I quote, "And what do we know about them? Nothing." This statement was made over a year after my book on the victims of Gripe was published, and this ignorance revealed the lack of interest of those whose support and intervention are the key to bringing a dark past to the light and turning it into heritage which is going to be appropriately commemorated. Since that time, this brief commemoration serves mainly to give a few speeches and to take a few photos of the local politicians without any participation from the citizens of Split. Furthermore, it is held at the entrance of this fortress, instead at a promenade along the southern wall, which according to some testimony was the killing and the burial site. The database of the burial sites, which was compiled between 2008 and 2011, has been updated, and it is one of the projects that Croatian Society of Historians, Dr. Rudolf Horvat, which I co-founded in 2008, is continuously working on. Our members made it available on Google Maps, where we have two separate maps. One is for killing sites and burial sites in Slovenia, and another one for killing sites and burial sites in Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, as shown on this slide. In order to push this work even further, in the past few months, members of this society held several meetings with other historians in Croatia, including few university professors, and agreed to establish the Croatian Center for Modern Conflict Archaeology, with the aim of strengthening collaboration with the colleagues in other fields, such as forensic archaeology, museum studies, and other researchers, whose expertise could significantly support this kind of multidisciplinary research. We are guided by the main thought that without impartial and thorough research and better support from different stakeholders, the historical truth will keep disappearing behind a politically motivated smokescreen of half-truths, distorted facts, and manipulated victim numbers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Blanca. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this very kind invitation. I'd like to thank Milius Maripou and Irina Fliege for this possibility to exchange our experience and discuss our experience with international colleagues. And thanks to the hardworking interpreters and to the very smooth technical support. Today I will focus on the experience of Buchenwald. I will briefly introduce you in the history of Buchenwald and then talk about the public discussions rising in the 1990s on how to represent the victims of the Soviet special camp after war. The question of how could one sincerely remember the victims of Soviet terror in a place that stood for the crimes of the National Socialist regime in the GDR like no other. Those of you who are raised in the Soviet context might remember the song Buchenwaldzki Nabat quite well. Ludimira na minutu wstańcie. The name Buchenwald is widely known for one of the National Socialist concentration camps of annihilation and extermination. Tens of thousands of people were killed there, their corpses burned, their ashes spilled or anonymously buried. It can be called a graveyard in the middle of Germany. First concentration camps were already established in Germany in March 1933. They became means of terror, of suppression of political opponents, communist trade unionists, and people conceived as enemies according to the racist ideology of National Socialism, Jews, Sinti and Roma, persons stigmatized as homosexuals or ex-convicts. In summer 1937, the first prisoners arrived at the Ettersberg, a hill northern of Weimar in the forest, where they built the wooden barracks for the concentration camps as well as facilities for the SS. And this new part of the city of Weimar then later had been called Buchenwald. After the anti-Jewish riots in 1938 in November, the secret police brought 10,000 Jewish prisoners to Buchenwald in barracks without water and sewerage. Hundreds of them died of hunger and diseases. At the end of 1938 already, about 20,000 prisoners were in the camp. With the beginning of the war, 1939, the number of inmates increased further. Prisoners were forced to build armament facilities, armament factories, most of whom were Soviet citizens, French and Poles. In autumn 1944, 90,000 prisoners from occupied Europe were imprisoned in the Buchenwald concentration camp and its satellite camps. In 1944, trains came from France with packed wagons in which deportees died of thirst. In the winter 1944-1945, when the SS was evacuating the concentration camps in the east, overcrowded trains with completely exhausted and half-frozen people kept arriving, many of them already arrived dead. More than 11,000 Jewish inmates were murdered in Buchenwald. They had been forced to work in the quarry or in the latrine. Hundreds were killed in the gas chambers installed in nearby killing centers in psychiatric hospitals or were sent to Auschwitz. From autumn 1941 to 1943-45, the SS systematically murdered 8,000 Soviet prisoners of war in a horse stable by shooting them in the neck. The rooms in this horse stable simulated a medical examination. The dead corpses were burned in the crematory. And since 1944, the SS had the ashes of the dead thrown into natural sinkholes of the Ettersberg. And this ash grave contains the human remains of thousands. It is the largest grave in Buchenwald. In early April 1945, the SS sent the Jewish and the Soviet prisoners of war on a death march. And when the camp was liberated by the US Army in 1945, April 11th, still 21,000 prisoners were in the camp. Altogether, more than 56,000 persons had been killed in Buchenwald 1937 to 1945. They died of starvation and systematic murder. At the place where the liberated prisoners commemorated the dead, April 19th, 1945, you see the picture here, a new memorial was installed in 1995. It is a flat iron plate with the names of the countries engraved where the prisoners were coming from. And this plate is heated always with 37 degrees, the common body temperature of human being. For a long time, less was known about the history of Soviet special camps after the war. Anna Kaminsky yesterday also talked about the topic. In all 4 occupation zones, automatic arrests of military personnel, police officers, administrative personnel, and party functionaries served the goal of the Allies to secure the occupation troops. These measures were part of the greater aims of the Allies to denazification and demilitarization of Germany. The Soviet Command 315, issued in April 1945, directed the arrests in the Soviet zone. It reflected Allied intentions on one side, but also the history of Stalinist mass repressions in the Soviet Union. Soviet special camps were established with the advance of the Red Army, first on former Polish and Eastern German territory and later within the Soviet occupation zone. And the special camp number 2 was established on the site of the former Buchenwald concentration camp. It was in use from 1945 to 1950. The average number of prisoners was 12,000. Altogether, some 28,500 persons underwent confinement here over the course of 5 years, among them about 800 women. More than 7,000 died as a result of undernourishment, illness, and isolation. Most prisoners were arrested as early as 1945 and held for years without further investigation. Some were transferred to the Soviet Union, where they were forced to hard work. Information about special camps was kept silent during the years of the GDR, but with secret letters smuggled out of the camps or prisons, information about the conditions in the camps reached the outside world. And when the first inmates were released in 1948, information disseminated about the mass dying in the special camps. In the context of Cold War, the special camps in East Germany became a symbol for the unjust character of the communist system in total. And in some publications, these high death toll in these camps was instrumentalized in order to equate National Socialist concentration and extermination camps with the Soviet special camps. At the same time, in the GDR, the existence of these camps was totally neglected. At their release, the prisoners were threatened if they would talk about their imprisonment, that they would be put in jail again. However, informal knowledge about the Soviet camps was widespread, even under the staff of the Buchenwald Memorial during GDR times. When the water sewage system was renovated in the early 1980s, remains of human corpses, remains of human corpses were found in the small forest north of the former camp. The staff of the museum informed the police, but not the public. The corpses were reburied again. In the German, we have the semantic difference between begraben and vergraben. Begraben means a burial of dignity, and vergraben is more similar to dig. According to the internal notes of the memorial, the museum staff knew that these human remains belonged to the inmates of the Soviet camp, which was reason enough to hide them again as soon as possible. In the course of the peaceful revolution 1989-1990, a local journalist reported in January 1990 about the findings of human remains in the forest. February 4th, 1990, the memorial erected a wooden cross and laid down flowers. A path was built to this burial site, and it was marked with a sign. Relatives of the dead soon left their signs of individual commemoration, erected their own wooden crosses, or laid down flowers. On the bow at the bottom left of the cross of the picture it is written, "To our father, the savior of the city of Weimar, Mayor Otto Koch, who died in 1947 in Buchenwald concentration camp." I will return to this inscription later. Others wrote down questions that had tormented them for decades, like here Arno Becher, architect, born 1899, without conviction. Without notification. Why? In autumn 1990, the newly found Initiativgruppe Buchenwald, a victims organization, had expanded the path to the burial site. In the following years, the burial site had been investigated. First, volunteers organization freed the site from shrubs and small trees, so the number of graves could be determined. At the same time, the property had to be acquired by the memorial. And this was quite interesting, because it turned out that in the course of the land reform 1946, these allotments of land had been given to civilians. At the same time, when the Soviet occupation regime had installed this camp on the site. So after the transfer of property, a more detailed research in the burial site could begin. An archaeologist, specialist for grave systems, researched the burial site, and she recorded paths in the forest that were connected with crossways. And parallel to these paths, rows of graves were recognizable. In some cases, tire traces from cars could also be determined on the paths. Overall, the search was difficult. The burial ground had been planted with new trees and was made unrecognizable. The mass graves, as you can see on the picture, were sunk into the ground at different depths. Loose leaf and wood humus covered the jewels of sunken graves. The graves had been digged into a shell limestone ground, which consists of a very fine-grained clay interspersed with numerous shell limestone chunks, which merges into a solid, heavy shell limestone in depth. The ditch of the pit by hand must have been extremely hard for people who were not used to such difficult work and were malnourished. It looks like excavators had also been in use. To explore this grave system further, 10 archaeological trial digs were made. Various non-identifiable skeletal remains were found in depths of 130 to 2 meters, which were covered by a layer of chlorine limes. The grave facilities were between 2 and 3 meters long and had different shapes, long rectangles, but also oval and ground shapes. The burial field, number 1, had a limitation of approximately 1,500 meters and consists of 850 mass grave systems. A second burial field consists of approximately 250 further grave systems. I'm sorry. In the limited scope of the investigation, as well as with the intention not to disturb the anonymous graves, the burial sites were decided in agreement with most of the relatives of the dead not to be exhumed. The locations of the graves were cleared of vegetation, mapped, and laid out as forest cemeteries. The places of the burial sites were, during the research, which were marked with wooden piles during the research, were now marked with metal steels, which were inscribed with the word unknown and serial numbers. In 2002, a commemorative place was created in the middle of the burial site, where every year in autumn commemorative events and services take place. Since 1993, the documents about special camps in the Russian State Archive were made available and were gradually evaluated. Today, we are in the position to provide information to the many relatives that are continuously asking us for information. Also, with the accession to original sources, historical education about the contested historical subject of Soviet special camps was possible, and the victims contributed to this process. They wrote down their memories, they met in discussions with others, and as they often told me, these meetings evoked their blocked memory after decades of years. They produced with this, they produced new sources that complemented the official sources that were now accessible in the Moscow archives. And third, the research could include sources from German archive to find out more about the biographies of the inmates. While historical knowledge rose, the following problem occurred. For most of the relatives of former prisoners and for most of the former prisoners themselves, the reasons for internment, the arrest and accusation were unknown. Insufficient information could lead to partial and one-sided perception that excluded the war history of the prisoners and their possible commitment and responsibility in the National Socialist dictatorship. In the German public discourse, but also in many other discourses of memory culture, the figure of the innocent victim of Stalinist political repression was often epitomized by the innocent young prisoner held in captivity. However, it is not necessary, I think, to exclude the ambiguous part of biographies to precisely describe and research the isolation of the special camp, the hunger and the inadequate medical care, the intentional disappearance of people. This applies in particular to the fate of imprisoned young people. 5% of those imprisoned in the special camp number 2 were between 13 and 19 years old. And the Book of the Dead, which is on display in our exhibition, shows that around 1 in 10 of the imprisoned young people did not survive. Their relatives were never officially notified, and the dead corpses were anonymously buried without human dignity, without personal recognition, and without any official notification to the relatives. It is certainly not always easy to put together these two histories of violence and dictatorship in the 20th century. We also present one of the more ambiguous biographies in our exhibition. One example is the mayor of Weimar. I always mentioned the cross, Otto Koch. He, or the bow the relatives laid down, he had been a very early member of the NSDAP since 1922 and became a mayor of Weimar in 1937. In 1941, he hastily had the Jews of Weimar registered and identified and forced them to leave their homes. And as he wrote himself to the welfare administration of the town, I quote, "to be crammed together in a very small place." And the trained lawyer then continues, quote, "There's not yet a legal possibility to do so, not yet, but I will ask the SD to cover me in every way during the forced relocation of the Jews for reasons of state security or other police reasons," end of quote. It was a National Socialist mayor who cared only about parts of the local population. Those who were excluded of the society as political opponents or because of racist ideology were persecuted. Nevertheless, the children of the mayor saw in their father the savior of Weimar when they laid down the bouquet with the bow in 1990. As there are very different biographies of victims, so this is our internet Book of Dead, the Board of Trustees agreed about the following text on the plate in front of the cross at the commemoration place and at the memorial. The victims of the Soviet special camp 1945-1950. It's the German nominative instead of the accusative to the victims, which would be more, which would express more in the attitude or the gest of honor. So this is a small semantic difference. Other relatives articulate their commemoration and grievance in very personal words. In the beginning of the 1990s, the granddaughter of an army lieutenant who died in the camp in 1947 put it this way. She fixed a textile bow on a tree with the following words. I quote, "To my beloved grandfather, Kurt Rühle von Lilienstern, who died in the Soviet special camp and whose sense of duty didn't stop before Hitler. I wish he had refused," end of quote. With this very short but very personal words, she expressed her twofold feeling of sorrow because of the anonymous death in the Soviet camp of her grandfather she couldn't get to know, and because of her sorrow that he had not refused. I would like to close with some remarks. In my opinion, it is necessary at this place of commemoration to give room to grievance and sorrow, to meet the relatives of the dead with respect and help them in their quest for information. At the same time, our aim as an institution of historical education is to provide as much historical contextualization and transparent information as possible in times, especially in times when historical disinformation plays such an influential role. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julia. So I think we can talk a little bit now. I think, as for me, it was a brilliant picture of the situation over the Europe, and not only Europe now, but also the South America. So I got a lot of new information, and thank you very much for that. And as I got the privilege to ask first, I have some questions to you. Vera, the first question is to you. Mothers of Plaza de Mayo, it was a protest action, and also it was, as I understand, a commemoration action as well. Do you know any other, maybe secret, commemoration actions which held place before the democratic transitions?
Yeah, I answer right now.
If you can.
Yes, actually, the Mothers of Plaza de Mayo are together since 1977.
Yeah.
That means at the very beginning of the dictatorship. Their activity was mainly public. In fact, the round around the pyramid started because during the dictatorship, it was forbidden to be together, 2 people or 3 people. So when they met in Plaza de Mayo, the police say, go on, walk. So instead of going away, they started to walk in round. So the police couldn't say there anything, and they were still meeting together. And as well, there were a lot of places that served as meeting places. I wouldn't say clandestine places of meeting, but safety places of meeting. The churches, some churches were a place of meeting. And there's a very famous one because 8 mothers of Plaza de Mayo were kidnapped after a meeting in a church because there was a Navy officer infiltrated, do you say? Yes, in the group. So the activities are quite before the transitional period. In the transitional period, they became massive, especially after the Malvinas War, the Falklands War, because it was only with the defeat of Argentina in the war that the military dictatorship came down, no, and very unpopular. So there was the moment where these practices of resistance and memory became more popular, more massive.
Thank you. Also, you said that there is an excavation of the burial sites with the victims of
there was sorry?
Excavation of
yes.
the burial sites. And you said that the identified remains are returns to the families. And are there any practices with remains which cannot be identified?
The majority. Only 800 people have 800 families have recovered the remains. We are talking about at least 10,000 of disappear, but the majority of them were thrown into the Rio de la Plata. So some of the remains that were recovered some of them were burials and graves in public cemeteries or in the clandestine center itself. But others appeared in the coast during the dictatorship, most of it. So the majority of the disappears are still disappear. More than 9,000, sorry.
Thank you. Daniel, you told us about a lot of educational programs, also a lot of private initiatives connected with memory of political terror. So that was very new for me, and I'm very interested. Is it on demand in Romania? Is this many people who wants to know that and who visits these places? Can you tell about that?
The most visited place is the memorial from Sighet, which was founded in 1993, as I said. And I think they had around 20,000 visitors per year. and we hope that also our memorial in Râmnicu Sărat will have the same amount of visitors. Well, we are confronting a wave of nostalgia now in Romania. The last survey made in November last year said that around 63% from the Romanian population believes that it was better before 1989. And this is a problem for our institute in order to calibrate educational instruments and educational projects, because we have of course this priority project of the memorial, but also we have summer universities, summer schools for high schools. Also we have a great I think program of publications, not only, let's say, academic work, but also interviews, oral interviews. And also, we have tried to maintain a network of memory in Romania, and we have an annual conference on this theme, where all the people interested, all the holders of the private initiatives are meeting and discuss problems related to the way how we can memorialize the real past of the communist regime.
Thank you. Blanca, the situation looks very similar to Russian situation, where there is an actual war between official memory politics and activists and scientists. Yes. So now Croatia is a United Europe member. Do you think there are any possibilities to overpower the state policy, memory policy, or this situation will be the same?
I don't expect any changes anytime soon. People who are in power in Croatia are mostly children of former prominent communists, so they try hard to protect their own legacy. They were born as privileged children in privileged families, and they are actually protecting those same privileges. And of course, they are doing everything they can to prevent any investigation and research that could reveal crimes committed by their grandfathers or even their fathers. So we are not seeing any changes, it's just the opposite. Sometimes it feels that situation is even getting worse, that we are going backwards as compared to the 90s. We are currently having a situation in Croatia where one university professor who is also conducting similar research to mine, she's looking into communist crimes, and she's elected as a new dean at one of the faculties at University of Zagreb, is under very heavy attacks by the mainstream media, who are asking Croatian Prime Minister Andrej Plenković to prevent her from becoming a dean. So, and her only crime is exactly this, what I'm doing, what I was telling here. There is no other crime here. So it is very difficult not only to conduct this kind of research, but also to do it if you are in the system, if you work at the university, if you are trying to get a job. One of the reasons I went to do my PhD in the UK was exactly this. I wanted to do it freely. Before going to the UK, I was trying to find a job in Croatia for 12 years, and I was always rejected. I was told very openly that if I'm given any kind of job, I will have to quit this research. And also on several occasions, I was openly asked to give all the data I collected in my free time, which I refused. When I refused, they told me that I'm going to be very sorry for it. I have been receiving death threats for years now, my family too. My mom was receiving death threats saying that if your daughter doesn't stop, you are going to get hurt. And in 2017, when she was returning home from work, someone waited in front of our house and they ran her over with car. This was never investigating. Police just said nothing is seen on security cameras. There is nothing to go on. And my mom is today a person with disabilities who needs constant medical care for this. So no, I don't expect any changes. And yes, thank you for drawing this parallel with Russia.
That's not the best parallel, but
It's not, but it is true.
It is.
And we need to speak the truth, otherwise nothing is going to change.
And you said that there is a database of mass graves which was made, and it's tremendous work. Is it closed now, or it's accessible?
So we transferred all the data from the database to these Google Maps I showed, which is available in Croatian language. Unfortunately, it should be translated in English, but we are all volunteers working on the database. Also, the database is mostly based on the data that were collected until 2012. For example, for some regions of Croatia, there are only 10 burial sites in the database, but my colleague who is conducting in-depth research for that particular region told me that there are at least 50. So this is just one example to show how much work needs to be done, and that this database is something that continuously needs to be updated.
Thank you. Julia, I have some question for you as well. You already told about that, but this conflict of memories between memory of victims of Nazi regime and victims of memory of Soviet regime in Germany, is it consensus in society, or just about that memory, or just in science, people who works these days every day? Sorry, my English becomes very poor now.
Yeah, it's. Thank you for this question. I think there's, as though it seems maybe after my presentation that had been found a kind of consensus for our memorial to deal with these different layers of history and different burial sites. There still are conflicts and discussions coming up in between the society, or when the subject of special camps, for example, is instrumentalized for political purposes, like in Thuringia, it is used by the right-wing party Alternative for Germany. They use the argument that the graves of the Soviet special camps are neglected for their propaganda purposes, and but we do make the experience that when we get in contact with those who are relatives of victims who died in the camp, that we really have a good context, and they contribute to our knowledge as we contribute to their knowledge, and we exchange informations about the biographies of the dead, and we continue to fill our database with victims, and to acquaint more information. So yes, there are still debates ongoing in the scientific sphere, in the public sphere, and also in the contact with relatives. But well, if I bring it down to my personal experience, I'm not so in such a contested sphere anymore as it was in the 1990s, when it was really a very big political issue of the debates, because the Buchenwald, as it was called, National Memorial of the GDR was really a symbol for the anti-fascist governmental legacy, or they built a very big monument there, and it's so Buchenwald really stood for this governmental anti-fascist ideology.
Thank you. Okay, any questions? Yes, Nancy, we need a microphone, I think. Melis already had.
Thank you for this brilliant panel. I have lots of questions, but I'm just going to pick up on what Julia was talking about. I was wondering, I understand the semantic, let's say, consensus that was reached for this institutionally funded commemorative plaque, but I was wondering how perhaps the community of Jewish victims responded to this. And I just wanted a very short clarification from Blanca about which year you testified as an expert witness, especially in light of this attack on your mother. Thank you.
I testified in 2009, and this attack on my mom was in 2017.
And there were many discussions where was a memory conflict between the different victims organizations in the early 1990s, and it wasn't the time because the victims organization was concentration camp victims was dominated by the French Association of Victims, which was dominated by the Communist Party at that time. So there was no base for communication and to sit on one table and discuss on an equal level about these topics. And still for relatives or for the community of victims of the concentration camp and the Jewish victims of the concentration camp, it's still sometimes they perceive the memorial ground I showed there with the cross, and they perceive this as, not as an offense, but for them it's difficult to include or to, to the memory place they know. But this among the, was your question addressing the fact that among the victims of the Soviet special camp could be Jewish victims as well? No, because there were some, but until we know there were no, but this is something we have to research about. And the cross here stands for, the cross was erected after the 1990 to mark it as a graveyard, and when the Association of Victims meets there every year in September, a church service is going on there as well. Yeah. So it's in the Christian memory.
But I think I was more headed toward the fact that many of these victims were also alleged perpetrators, and that I can imagine would be quite an affront to the majority of the victims of Nazism. Yeah,
of course. I mean, the mayor of Buchenwald, who is responsible for the ghettoization and murder of Weimar citizens. I mean, is there. So it's always difficult in the communication and the everyday work at the memorial of. Yeah, that's ongoing, not conflict, but it's. How do you say, Herausforderung? It's a challenge for the,
Thank you. Anna? I'll give you the microphone.
Yeah, my question is to Vera. You talked about, or it's clear that it's state terrorism to let people disappear without trial and to murder them. This is no question, but you mentioned that some of these disappeared people were militantes. No, try to switch to Spanish. Sorry. No, and I would like to know, militants in our context means people who are trying to attack state institutions. How it is in Argentina? Is there also a debate about these disappeared militants? What did they fight for? And yeah.
Okay. Actually, the word militant is, in a broad sense, is similar to activist, but we use militant. But what we are talking about in this particular case are militant of armed revolutionary organizations. So inspired in the Cuban Revolution. So in other words, most of the disappeared people were guerrilleros. Not all of them, but most of them. This is one thing. The problem I find nowadays, that it wasn't always like that. In the 80s, nobody talks about the militancy, the political ideology or the political militancy of the disappeared people. The mother says, my daughter was a teacher in the poor neighborhood. Well, perhaps it was true, but she was also a guerrilla. Or there was silence about the political militancy. During the 90s, the experience and the history of these organizations were in the first plano. Was the most important in the memory space to discuss. And because there were the penalty laws, I think, so there was no possibility to fight for justice, and so it became to the special, to the public space, all the real history and the political identities of these people. And that, I think, was related to with the emergence of the aggregation of daughter and sons, hijos. And since, but in the 90s, the whole thing were discussed. The debates were what we did wrong, the militants in between them, because there's, for instance, I researched the practice of the selective execution of people that carry out these organizations. You cannot compare with the state terror because of number and for nature, but there's still selective execution of people. That issue was particularly discussed during the 90s, but now is particularly taboo. Because after the Kirchner emergency, the Kirchner period, it was consolidated some sort of official memory where you cannot talk about these items. And there's no, it's just, I think it's just a way of think the problem, but it also it's just an example of the memory as a political struggle space. So you cannot talk about that. Although I, as a researcher, as a historian, I know that it's very important to talk about that because that actions and that particular history formed the complete history. I mean, can explain a lot of things. Can explain, for example, the isolation of this organization during the last 70s. Because when these organizations emerged at the last 60s, they were supported by the population. But 10 years later, they were isolated, alone. And why? I think that the execution practice of people and the kidnapping of high-class people have very much to do with the isolation of these organizations. But now you cannot talk about that. I'm suspicious because I talk about that, because I research about that. I am suspicious because I'm here now in a meeting of Necropolis of Terror, Communist Terror. So there are issues very difficult. There are no place to the victims of the victims. The victims of the victims have no place in public memory sites. But it should also be said that the relatives, of the other hand, were never worried about human rights. They never complained about memory practices or memory sites. They are quite more negationist about the state terrorists. So you have to deal with this political conflict, and it's not such easy because, I mean, the revolutionary militancy lost the political and military war in the 70s, but they won the memorial fight and the cultural fight. So they are some kind of untouchables. But these are the last 20 years. In the 90s, it wasn't like that.
Thank you. Irina Flige was asking.
У меня вопрос. Я могу задать сразу несколько вопросов разным докладчикам? Или по одному?
Ну, давайте попробуем.
Джулия, скажите, пожалуйста, это было политическое решение, то, что не была проведена эксгумация и идентификация останков? Насколько я поняла, имея кладбищенские книги, книги учета смертей, идентификацию можно было провести. Это первый вопрос. Второй вопрос. А когда происходило уже в 90-е годы работа с музейным комплексом Бухенвальд, скажите, как вы обошлись с обнаруженными прахами сожженных в печах останков, как они мемориализованы? И у меня к Вере вопрос. Вера, скажите, пожалуйста, значит, жертвы расправ исчезнутые, да, в Аргентине. Часть была убита и спрятана на разных кладбищах, на площадях, но часть жертв была сброшена в океан. Можете ли вы сегодня разделить эти списки? Кого вы ищете в земле, да, а кого уже не найти, потому что они были сброшены в океан? И, Бланка, простите, вам тоже вопрос. Скажите, пожалуйста, вы, занимаясь поиском, который не одобряет ваше государство, у вас есть сообщество, которое занимается и разрабатывает методику поиска, эксгумацию, идентификацию, или все это невозможно, вы работаете только со свидетелями?
Thank you. Julia was the first.
Is it to answer in Russian or English? In English, maybe.
I think you can answer in English or in Russian, as it as you like it.
Thank you. There had been discussions about exhumation in the 1990s, but after the archaeological survey and the trial, exhumation of 10 of these grave systems, it had been decided also together with the Association of Victims not to exhume the whole burial site. As I mentioned it, there are 2 of these burial sites consisting of grave systems. There had been an research with technical support cameras to identify the graves, but there had not been a total exhumation of the site. Because, well, one argument was that with these exhumation, because there are many corpses in one grave system, and this situation would have been destroyed through the exhumation. And the ash graves, this is also, I only presented parts of the whole Buchenwald Memorial, and there are big, these original topographical sinkholes of the Ettersberg Hill were filled with ash of human remains. They were in the GDR times formed or included in the construction of a big memorial site, but other ashes were transferred into so-called holes, graves, mass graves, and it's no possible identification of single graves, but we have identified graves of those who died after liberation, because thousands died after the liberation of the camp, and there are personally like a graveyard along or nearby this official monument constructed in '58. In the GDR times, there's this individual graveyard which was built in the early 1990s, and then we have this digital Book of the Dead, where we provide the information which is accessible to us, and just because. I was thinking about Nancy Adler's question once again, and maybe it's difficult to present, to introduce you with the whole topography of Buchenwald with these slides. And in the middle of the 1990s, there was a decision of a commission of historians to have the 2 spheres of memory separated from each other. And the part I was showing there, the graves of the special camp, they are in the north, downhill, and outside the former camp fence. And this is the part where we also have the Museum of the History of the Special Camp, while on the former camp site, we have, show we have much more memorials there. There's a Jewish memorial, a memorial to the victims of Sinti Roma and Bulgarian victims, other victims, but I haven't talked about this.
Thank you.
No, there's no way to know how much of them were thrown to the river and how many of them were buried in public cemeteries or in graves. We know that most of them were thrown to the river, not only because the survivors of the clandestine centers, for instance, they report that in 1 or 2 of them, every Wednesday there was a plane of 30 or 40 people that were thrown to the river. So there we can know that it was a common practice. But then in the 90s, an official of the Navy confessed he drove the plane twice with 30 people inside, And he told also that it was a common practice too. But there is a silent commitment between the perpetrate. I don't know why I want to say that word. You understand, okay. There is a silence commitment between them. So it's and the documents were burned before the democracy, when after the Malvinas or Falklands War, they were burned. So there's no way to reconstruct each destiny because of this silence. So the only way is like, I don't know, you can just imagine, just suppose that most of them were thrown into the river. And I would like to say something that I forget to say when, to Anna, that in Argentina during the 80s there was an account, a story of the recent past that received the name of Theory of the Two Devils, which actually is an interpretation of the recent past that proposed a binary lecture of the political conflict, the extreme right and the extreme left. So anytime you try to avoid the taboo themes, or you try to propose a critical perspective on the action of the guerrillas, you are feeding the theory of the two devils. And that was what happened with Tsvetan Todorov when he visited the ESMA. He said, I saw the disappeared problems, I saw the list of the practices of state terror, but I didn't see an explanation about who they were. I didn't see an explanation of what these people do, and I know it's not the same thing. I know there's a great difference between not only of the number of crimes, but also because the nature of the crimes, one carried out by the state and the other ones by the guerrilla. But still, I feel it's necessary to avoid that part of the history that is so silent in this site's memory. Well, if before that Todorov was some kind of special people in the star, after that, nobody talks anymore about Todorov. So that's the point. It's a very sensitive problem to talk about that, because they are the victims, and there's no way. They achieve a lot of goals during the last year, so there's no way to touch the victim, you know, and well, that's all.
Thank you, Blanca.
Exhumations and identifications are another very difficult question in Croatia. As you can see, everything is difficult in Croatia and very challenging. First, I need to say here that in 1945, many Croats were killed in what is today Republic of Slovenia. We don't have exact numbers, but some Slovenia's historians are speculating that this could be about 200,000 Croats. So lots of those burial sites in Slovenia are actually Croatian burial sites. Slovenian historians also said that on multiple occasions Slovenia tried to engage into some sort of dialogue with Croatia, asking Croatian government to take Croatian bones, to take them home and bury them there. Croatian government showed no political will to do so. So these bones that are found in Slovenia are mostly buried there. There are no attempts to identify these people. 2.5 years ago, there was another exhumation in Slovenia near Maribor, and according to some documents I found, my father's uncle was last seen in that particular location. I contacted Slovenian and Croatian government. I submitted all his personal details, and I offered my DNA sample and my father's DNA sample, and I said, if he is there, we would like to take the bones and bring him home and bury him. Till this day, I never received any reply from any of these governments. In Croatia, if you want To dig, you need special permission. If you find human remains, you need to stop and you need to call the police. Once you call the police, the story ends there. These bones end up in bin bags, literally in bags for rubbish. They are mostly placed in pathology in one of the local hospitals. They usually stay there for several years, and then they are buried together in any location. There is no attempt to identify any of them, and when Croatian public ask about this, the response we get is, oh, these are old bones. They are too damaged and they can't be identified. Well, when I came to the UK, English researchers found bones of the Richard III, the King of England. The bones were about 500 years old, and he was identified based on his DNA. So identification is definitely possible, but again, there is no political will to do it. In the past few years, we made on several occasions, on every occasion we can, an argument. Then in 2011, European Court for Human Rights ruled in the case Girard versus France. And the ruling was that every individual has the right to grave, and the right to grave is one of the basic human rights, and each family has the right to know where their family members are buried, and they also have the right to bring those bones, human remains, home and bury them properly. However, despite this, as I said, there is no attempt in Croatia to do this. And due to this, and due to the pressure from many people in Croatia who are still looking for their family members, and we are talking about up to 500,000 people potentially, this is another reason why now we are starting with this Croatian Center for Conflict Archaeology. Last year, I took 1-year program at Cambridge University in conflict archaeology, and now I'm also attending some other courses in England in osteoarchaeology, and I want to continue with forensic archaeology, as this is something that Croatia doesn't really have any expertise with. But with this center that we are now setting up, we want to bring all the experts together, not only in Croatia, but also from other countries with similar experiences, and we are hoping that over time this will put even more pressure on our government to, if they don't want to punish perpetrators or identify them, if they don't want to build memorials or museums like you have here in Tallinn, then at least they can treat our human remains with some dignity.
Thank you. Nancy?
Only if I didn't get in front of someone else. I had a question for Daniel. You mentioned the increasing nostalgia. So I actually had 2 questions related to that. One is what has become of the Ceausescu residence? And the other, and maybe I missed it in your presentation, has there been any sort of commemorative site for, I know that psychiatric hospitals and psychiatric treatment of dissidents was also a practice by the Securitate. So maybe you could say something about that. Thank you.
Could you repeat, please, the first question?
The first question is about Ceausescu's residence. If there's anything that has been done, as I understood from the photos, it was quite opulent while the people were terrorized and starving. So how is it intact? Is it some sort of, well, I don't want to say museum, I'm not sure what it would be a homage to, but what has become of it?
As far as I know, is intact and could be visited. Maybe my colleague could tell you more about this, and I ask for help here, Stefan.
The former residence of Nicolae Ceausescu is in the property of the Romanian state, and it was opened as a museum in 2015, I think. There are many people who are going there, I don't know, just from out of curiosity. But I have to say that the manner in which it was like the curatorial project kind of brings an homage, not necessarily to Nicolae Ceausescu, maybe a little bit to him, but like to Romania and how everything in there is made in Romania and is made out of skills of the Romanian and everything and so on. From my point of view, that is a problem, as it is not the best and the proper way to, I don't know, memorialize the communist regime and our communist past. But as I said, it is a private, not a state initiative, and they are making a lot of money out of it because every, I don't know, tourist in Bucharest is kind of interested in going and seeing how Nicolae Ceausescu lived.
Regarding the second question, I can tell you that we will develop, starting this year, a special project of investigations with the National College for the Archives of the Securitate. In order to investigate inclusively these cases of psychiatric false treatment for those that oppose to the communist regime. On the other part, I want to say that we have two special investigations projects right now, and one of them is regarding the situation of the former institutionalized child in the communist past. And there is in Siret, in northeastern part of Romania, near the border with Ukraine, it was a neuropsychiatric hospital for children. And a team of my colleagues were there the last year, and we are now trying to have more information from the archives regarding the situation from this hospital. Another special investigation regards the illegal cross-boardings of Romania of those who want to escape from the communist paradise before 1989. And a team of researchers from the institute will go this year in Serbia because we have a partnership with the Serbian embassy in Romania, and they facilitate the possibility to go to get information from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Serbia archives. We are trying to find out who was responsible for the orders in order to kill or to wound those who were crossing the borders before 1989. These are our special investigations projects right now. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Siis ma kasutan võimalust, et mikrofon on minu käes. Oleks küsimus Blankale ja ka Taanilile. Taanili käest küsiks veel nii palju, et sa kirjeldasid neid memoriaale või ettevõtmisi, mis on Rumeenias juba olemas ja suuresti olid nad siis sündinud või toimivad erainitsiatiivil ja kirjeldasid ka seda, mida teil praegu riikliku institutsioonina on kavas, et kas sinu hinnangul on see selline riikliku poliitika muutumine viimastel aastatel, et varem on see asi toimunud, et sündmused suuresti erainitsiatiivil ja kas sa praegu näed, et see on riigi poliitilise juhtkonna poolt teadlik valik, et panustada rohkem sellesse teemasse, selle mälestuse jäädvustamisse ja nende sündmuste uurimisesse. Ja mõneti analoogne küsimus Blankale poliitilise poole pealt, et sa kirjeldasid väga värvikalt, kuidas praegune poliitiline režiim teeb suuresti endast oleneva selleks, et neid teemasid mitte puudutada. Aga kas sinu hinnangul igas riigis on olemas ka mingisugune opositsioon ma ei tunne Horvaatia poliitilist siseelu küll sedavõrd, et võib-olla on teie opositsiooni lootused riigivõimu juurde pääseda küll väga väikesed, aga juhul, kui see opositsioon peaks mingil hetkel pääsema võimule, milline sinu hinnangul on opositsiooni suhtumine nendesse küsimustesse, et kas opositsioon on nendes küsimustes võib-olla suhteliselt sarnane või on teil lootust, et kui toimub võimuvahetus erinevate poliitiliste suundade vahel, siis opositsiooni suhtumine võiks olla erinev praegusest?
Well, thank you for the question. Looking back, I can say that Romania is still the single country in Eastern and Central Europe that condemned, formally of course, the communism by his president in 2006. Also, the beginning of the 2000, Romania instituted this National Council for Studying the Archives of Securitate, and in 2005, this Institute of Investigation of the Communist Crimes. Well, the condemnation of communism is still just a formally one, and unfortunately, the Institute succeed to offer to the prosecutors enough documents in order to bring to the justice the responsibles of the communist abuses and crimes only in 2 cases, of Alexandru Vișinescu and of Ion Ficior, which was another commander of place of terror, let's say. I don't think that is a resistance from the interior of the state, because right now there is a very important commitment of the Prime Minister and of the Prime Minister Chancellery to sustain such projects like this one that I presented here today. In fact, our institute is functioning under the direct coordination of the Prime Minister of Romania Chancellery, and Romania adopted 2 years ago also a national strategy in order to fight back to the racist discourses, xenophobia, and anti-Semitism. So right now, I think we are in the position to have a remembrance of the victims of communism. And also, I hope that very soon, in the next 1, 2, 3 years maybe, we will have the position also to condemn more, or to bring into the justice more responsible for the communist crimes.
When I heard this question, I started feeling hopeless. Yes, we do have opposition in Croatia, of course. There are numerous other smaller political parties who also try to engage in this dialogue and try to kind of push these topics in the mainstream medias and in the Croatian parliament. However, in the last 30 years in Croatia, we have a situation with only 2 parties that were in power. One is Croatian Democratic Union, the one which was ruling Croatia in the 90s. The president and the founder of that political party was Dr. Franjo Tuđman, who was the first Croatian president, but he was also a former Tito's general and communist, of course. The other political party is Social Democratic Party, which is literally the former Communist Party. The majority of members of these parties are actually former communists. So this is why they managed to control political situation in Croatia, and they rule in coalition with some other smaller parties. All the other parties who would like to start this dialogue on different issues that Croatia hasn't tackled yet don't have such access to mainstream media, which is one of the biggest problems they are facing. So whatever they are trying to explain, to communicate with public, this is not coming to the public because people can't hear it. So mainstream media are only discussing issues which are brought up by Croatian Democratic Union or Social Democratic Party and their coalition partners. There are, of course, occasionally politicians in Croatian parliament, our representatives, who even discuss some of these topics that I mentioned today. But when this happens, they are being mocked, ridiculed. You can literally see other members of parliament sitting in the chairs and laughing. So they are laughing at these topics. They are telling these other people who are trying to discuss this, you are crazy, there's something is wrong with you, you should be put in the hospital and someone else should deal with you, and those sort of things. Another danger when it comes to this discussion is, in order to prevent this discussion on communist crimes in media, if you start discussing communist crimes, they attack you that you are a Holocaust denier, although you are not even mentioning Holocaust. But this is their way of actually sending you a message. If you dare to touch communist crimes, we are just going to tell the world that you are a Holocaust denier, and then the whole world is going to judge you. And of course, we control the media, we control public opinion, and so on. So for example, this Julia's presentation was very interesting because here we have example of Buchenwald, where so many Jewish people died during the Second World War, but after the war it was also a Soviet camp. So what we have in Croatia is a similar example in concentration camp Jasenovac, where during the Second World War also Jewish people died, and some other also Croats, Serbs, and so on. But after the Second World War, Jasenovac continued to exist. It was actually me and my colleague Stipo Piric who found archival documents, so communist documents, confirming that this camp existed, that one of the commanders of this camp was a person called Anatoly Avramov. That person is obviously not from former Yugoslavia. I mean, his name could be possibly Russian, or I'm not really sure where he came from. We couldn't find more details. But we do know that people who were the first commanders of Yugoslav concentration camps were trained in the Soviet Union by NKVD. When we published our paper on post-war camp Jasenovac in 2014, since that day, we are continuously being targeted by mainstream media and some politicians because they say, no, Jasenovac ceased to exist in 1945, it didn't exist afterwards, and if you try to discuss Jasenovac's history after the date, you are the Holocaust denier, although they can't explain how is it possible if my research is only on communist crimes that I can be Holocaust denier. If I'm not expert in Holocaust, I have basic knowledge of it, and I just read sometimes. I watch all the movies on Anne Frank. I read her diary, but I'm certainly not the expert, and that is not topic of my research. So Julia here came with great presentation, and I was thinking this is such a great comparison to our case because we have something similar to discuss, but we are not allowed to discuss it freely unless you want to become a target. And 2 years ago, we also published a book on Jasenovac, post-war camp Jasenovac, and this Jasenovac problem within a political context. And based on more Yugoslav documents, we proved that Jasenovac camp existed at least until the second half of the 60s, or even potentially until early 70s. However, this is not something that you are going to hear in the media. Mainstream media, if you have like book presentation or something like that, and you send them invitation and you ask them to publish this, they are going to ignore you because they control what public is allowed to know, and they also control which politicians are going to get their time on national TV or anywhere in the media. So yes, on local level, you definitely have politicians which definitely support this kind of research, but these people don't get their time on national TV or any space in local newspapers. Everything is controlled. So that's the main problem. Not that much politicians, because we could manage them, but when they control public, because they control media, that's the biggest problem.
Väga vabandan juba. väga vabandan, et ma sult viimase lootuse ära võtsin, et see ei olnud kindlasti mu küsimuse eesmärk. Aga ma ei tea, kuivõrd see võib-olla sind lohutab, et olukorda, kus kommunismi kuritegustest rääkimise eest rünnatakse sind süüdistusega, et sinu puhul on tegemist revisionistiga ja holokausti eitajaga, et seda olen ma ka omal nahal kogenud ja sellest üle saanud ja see küll õnneks on jäänud minevikku, aga kahjuks on see üks selline universaalseid viise, mis kahjuks väga paljudel juhtudel ka toimib, avalikkuse silmis vähemalt.
No, Anna, and I think it will be the last one question. Yeah.
Thank you, Blanca, for your description of the actual situation. And this reminds me what we lived in Germany after German unification. That people who tried to bring light on the Soviet special camps were denounced being, are you a Nazi? Why are you dealing with the Nazis in these camps? They died there for being Nazis. So it reminds me a lot the discussions we had in the 1990s, and the problem is that the point is that in Germany we have a large consensus about the criminal character of Nazi dictatorship and of the Nazi camps, and nobody is researching in every person's biography why have they been in a Nazi camp. Nobody is looking for, was that a murderer? Was that because in these camps not only were Jews or political prisoners, there were also criminals in the Nazi concentration camps. And I think it's not important what they did before. These camps were a crime, but on behalf of the Soviet camps, we don't have a kind of consent to say. Even that there were Nazis imprisoned in these camps, also their human rights were violated in these camps. And what you describe is reminding me a lot of the debates we had in the 1990s and sometimes still today in Germany, that it is so they got this punishment for right. I don't know if I described that well, but
yeah.
Maybe yes, in 20 years you are like in Germany, that there is a consensus about that reminding or remembering the victims of one dictatorship should not be used to relativate the victims and the crimes of another dictatorship.
Yeah, these are all very important points, so I would just like to comment. We do have, I mentioned divisions in Croatian society, and we have these divisions in Croatian academia because we also have historians who are former communists and they are protecting their own positions of power. When we discuss this, what you just said, they say, yes, for example, Bleiburg, when Croatian army and civilians were sent from Austria back to Yugoslavia to get murdered there in 1945. Bleiburg happened, and all these crimes later happened. But this is because of Jasenovac. So they are using Jasenovac and what happened before to justify their own crimes, and their argument is, you deserved it. And you can often see on social media in Croatia that people who are promoting this agenda are sending very clear message to us, not enough of you were murdered. more of you should have been murdered in 1945 and later. And they're very open about this. They're very open when they see you maybe publishing something on communist crimes and they say, oh, you should be murdered, just thrown somewhere in Yazovka pit or wherever. That's fine because you deserved it. So this is kind of a normal thing for us, but just to also draw this parallel with revisionism thing, it's really funny that this is like revisionism in history, like a bad word, although everywhere in science, like as I said, I'm doing these courses on archaeology in Cambridge, and everyone is constantly talking, oh, we have new evidence, we need to revise our conclusions, there are new stuff to write about, and so on. So it's not like kind of bad word everywhere. But when we published this article on post-war camp Jasenovac in 2014, that was kind of the beginning of these broad discussions in Croatian public, like what is revisionism and so on. And there was a journalist who asked me for an interview, and he started asking me questions about this paper. And this paper was actually published by one of the academic journals of Croatian Academia of Sciences and Arts. So it's one of the top academic papers in Croatia. And I said, you know what? Yes, I'm revisionist. You know why? Because I'm reviewing communist documents that today we do have in the archives. We are discovering new facts that nobody knew about before. We didn't have these documents. And now we need to rewrite this part of our history because official narrative, which was written between 1945 and 1990, was history written by the Communist Party for their own agenda. And now we need to be researchers. We need to write history, the real history and what happened there. So yes, we need to do revision. I mean, this is a normal thing because we have new evidence and we need to base our data on real evidence, not just someone's ideology. And that was like a big shock when I just said it openly. And there was a silence for a year or two. And then after that, you saw like other researchers, historians in Croatia who work at the Croatian Institute for History and some other institutions. They start talking about, yes, we need to do some revisions here and there. Yes, of course we do. And then 2 years later, you start hearing people saying, yes, we need to be revisionists. This is normal thing because we were served something which is not true. It is inaccurate history. And now suddenly people are not ashamed of it anymore. So I would say this is maybe the best thing that we achieved so far, that more and more historians, especially younger generations, are aware that this is not wrong, that this is something that needs to be done, and we need to take authority over the term what revisionism in our history is. We are not negating, I don't know, Holocaust or whatever. We are focusing on the hidden part of our history, which was forbidden to research before, and we need to rewrite that history based on all available evidence, whether these are archival documents or exhumations or, I don't know, anthropological reports of those bones that we discovered and so on. So not everything is that bad. This is just one positive thing. But I'm glad also to hear these examples from Germany, although you mentioned this was in the 90s, and now that was like long time ago, and we are basically still there. Like we are 30 years backwards.
So I think we got some positive, and I was worrying about that very much. I want to say thank you to all of you. That was brilliant. Thank you very much.
Nii, rõõm näha, et olete kõik kõhud täis saanud ja täiesti lahtiste silmadega saali jõudnud, oma istekohad sisse võtnud. Meie viimane paneel jõuab kätte, selleks puhuks annan jutujärje üle heale kolleegile Mälu Instituudi vanemteadur Meelis Saaungule, kes hakkab viimast paneeli juhatama ja meie külalistega vestlema. Palun, Meelis.
Tänan, Meelis. Tere tulemast siis meie viimasele paneelile. Võib-olla oleks pidanud olema üks esimeste seas, sest kui ei ole leitud kommunistlike kuritegude matmispaiku, siis võib-olla kõik muu on ka enneaegne, nii et lähtudes sellest, et enamik meil siin esinejaid räägib inglise keeles, siis ma lülitun ümber võib-olla ka inglise keelele nende tutvustuses. I will switch now to English. Fourth panel of our conference will be dealing with search for the remains of terror victims and issues of their identification. And the first speaker is Anton Vaharadze. He's a historian and memory and disinformation studies direction head at the Institute for Development of Freedom of Information in Georgia, Tbilisi. And as we know, Georgia had a misfortune to be a part of Bolshevik Russia in 20s and 30s, and it's estimated that only at the time of Great Terror, more than 10,000 people were murdered there, and most of their mass graves are still unknown, but something has been revealed in recent years. So I will give a floor to Mr. Vaharadze to speak about study of mass graves in Georgia in last years. Please, Anton, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alice, for a warm introduction. Hello. Today my topic will be about the last 5 years of discovery and work on the mass graves of the repressed during the Great Terror, 1937-38. There were a lot of attempts even before 2017, especially near our capital city, Tbilisi, to find a mass grave there. There was like approximate place 18 kilometers from Tbilisi and the direction. It is near this second city near Tbilisi. It's Rustavi, called Rustavi, but unfortunately in 2015 and 16 these excavations went in vain, and it was provided by our Ministry of Internal Affairs with help of Polish Institute of National Remembrance, our organization as well, and the search continued, was going on. There was totally 4 big areas of mass graves. One was near Tbilisi, one near Kutaisi, the third one near Batumi, and the fourth one near Sukhumi. You understand that excavations near Sukhumi, which is today in occupied Abkhazia, it's unavailable so far for us. So the people try to find the other 3 mass graves near the biggest cities of Georgia. So in 2017, near Batumi, this is a city located next to the Black Sea area, the local diocese discovered and carried out exhumation for works on the first 4 cemeteries. The 4 cemeteries which were discovered during that time, it was located near the city, in about 15 kilometers from the center, village Helvachauri, and this information about this was not even given to the wider public. About 150 remains were exhumed by a local work of diocese and local specialists, local archaeologists, and for 2 years the wider society didn't knew about this, and only in 2019, April 5, diocese published the photos and their will to bury these remains, and they even announced the exact date for this. If you see here, it has enormous interest throughout Facebook. This data is taken from the first few hours with the 1.8 thousand shares and a lot of likes, comments, etc. And with this strange bunch of photography and the announcement that we will bury these remains very soon, the public became like a little bit nervous about this, especially the organizations who worked on the Soviet terror and the study of the Soviet history. Next to these photos, there was a list of 608 repressed persons, and according to the local diocese, it was a list of the full list of executed in the region, in Najaran region next to Batumi, and it was created from the 90s and 2000s from the local historians, and their sources were like newspapers, reports, family, etc. What we did now, of course, we had also some kind of a protest that these remains should not be buried so fast. We went to the archives, and by the way, there are like a lot of documental sources from this period. Our archives are not very open, but after 75 years, after personal information is not anymore a case for hiding, there are many documents available, including these acts about executions, Troika protocols, and etc. Here, for example, there is a Troika protocol, special Troika protocol on Raisa Shishlo Sabashvili, a woman who was very interesting. Then we continued searching for her background, etc. She finished her studies in 4 big universities in Europe, in Glasgow, Geneva, in other places as in Moscow, and then became a doctor venerologist in Batumi, and she was repressed because of in her house there were some gatherings from opposition. Some of the documents were even very very brutal. For example, like New Year mass shootings of people. On this third act of execution, we see that another lady, Olga Shtam, she was shot dead on at 2 p.m. on 1st of January, like after the New Year's table, I suppose. And according to our research, not 608, but we confirmed that total 1,050 people were executed in Batumi. Then we double and triple checked this information. Among them were 11 women, which was giving us some kind of clues to identify because from those women, 4 were executed during the same day, so we could identify. There was more space for identification on exactly which date was one or another mass grave filled with bodies. What was the next? This is a famous statue which stands in Batumi. It's from the Kurban sites, Ali and Nino novel. It's about the love of Muslim men and Georgian Christian women, and these statues are moving around like they're getting closer to each other and then going far away. So this photo depicts how was the situation between the local diocese and local Muslims community in Batumi when they realized that this work was done by local Orthodox community. They had a natural protest that don't bury these bodies before like wide discussion. between the society, because there are probably a lot of Muslims. This region was, I want to give you some background if you don't know. The Ajara region was about 350 years under the rule of Ottoman Empire, and it was conquered by the Russian Empire in during the Third Russian-Turkish War. It's like late 19th century, 1867, 1868. So during that time in 1930s, many people still, almost all the people who were born in Ajara, they were Muslims, Muslim Georgians, and only people who resettled from the nearby regions, they were Christians. So according to our study from this 1050, it was divided into 3 equal parts, 30% of Christians, Orthodox, 30% Muslims, and about 30% foreigners, because the city was very cosmopolite and stays cosmopolite today. These are like Polish, German, Russian, and many nationalities, Greeks, and almost nationalities from all over the Europe and even beyond. So this process has been stopped because of this, because the protests. Government, again, so we addressed government and told them that you should take care of all this process, because yes, the diocese, yes, the eparchy, they fulfilled some work, they did something, but now government should decide how to continue this work. Nearly there, it was a time when Corona pandemic was approaching. Also in 2019, we had a really brilliant experience attending this conference, which was held in November month. We get known with many interesting people, including Ms. Fliege. And then after Corona situation started, we tried to use this period, because everything has stopped, you know, probably. And we want to share this period about the public discussions. One was we organized international kind of a webinar with the participation of the above-mentioned persons, Tomasz Porkowski, who is an archaeologist from IPN, Ms. Fliege, historians, also representatives of the wider society, and the second one inside Georgia, where we invited diocese, where we invited local Muslims leaders, we invited their director of our national museum, some government officials, historians, also TV personalities, up to 50 people in one Zoom window, and discussed how to go forward. Then also we had an interview with Ms. Fliege, who told us what steps should be undertaken next and what exact steps should we do after this and after that. And then the pandemics was like not that hard and no lockdowns, etc. One of the organizations who we invited in this wider webinar, it was broadcasting company Rustavi Ori, one of the most popular ones in Georgia. They invited 2 US and universities who provided works on the newly discovered French number 5, which it was approximately, we saw it that it was there, and these 2 American institutions provided works on the French number 5, and next to the French number 5, number 6, probably the placement of French number 6 was also discovered. We asked the IPN, Mr. Borkowski, and friends who came there and who estimated the situation, and in exactly 1 year ago, from January 22 to February 9, specialists from the IPN, we and local diocese, we provided excavation process on the grave number 6, and you see photographs from this process, some of the photographs from it. What was interesting that when we made the archival research, there was one act of the execution where 29 people were named, like a list of 29 people. And we found exactly 29 people also in this trench. This doesn't give us opportunity to say that this is the exact date, but after some other works and DNA analysis, we can prove that maybe this is the trench we have found out. Moreover, after IPN's work, two specialists from the Warsaw Medical University, they made full anthropological analysis of the remains, and their conclusion was that among these 29 people there was one woman, and the list also tells us this: there is only one woman and 28 men, male. They also collected materials for future DNA analysis, and all of these remains were packed in the paper boxes, and boxes which are like suitable for this work, and they are stored again in the place at the local monastery, because the monastery is somehow like a leading monastery and diocese, local diocese is somehow a leading organization regarding this. The bad thing is that I checked about 1 month ago the situation. There is very high humidity in Batumi, it's near the seaside, and you can feel that these bones are probably better preserved into the ground than on the open air, because when you check them, it's 1 year has passed and already the shape and it's a little bit like these things should be done in Batumi faster than in at the places where there is humidity is much more lower. How was the process itself? It was like in Estonia. Some of the days it was snowing, but with help of one of the local building construction companies, we made this kind of shelter on the graveyard. On the upper picture, you can see the location of the site, the red dot, and the location of the city. The third photograph, you see like a little yellow dot, the little yellow like mark. It is an actual graveyard, and these two big yellow marks, it is a territory which our friends from IPN and local city mayor gave us an excavator, and Tomasz Borkowski, who was a leading archaeologist, he tried to find another graves on that territory. Some of the territories are also made like this with the excavator, but it is a former huge, enormous military base, Russian military base, which is now not functioning, and there are some buildings, and when we asked specialists like Tomasz and others, they say that there may be some of the graves under the buildings, because it was a Soviet style, so to hide their crime, to build something over the mass grave sites, so nobody knows. We tried to find more mass graves, but until now there are only 6 of them discovered, and about 210 remains exhumated when we have a list of 1,050 people, so it's only 20% until now. Here is how this shape of the mass grave 6 looks like. The other side was a mass grave number 5, which was made by US specialists from the US in summer 2021, and it was like dimensions. You see 12 meters on 6.9 meters, and 29 people inside it. You see the process itself as people who were actively involved from the local diocese during the previous excavations. They said that methods from US specialists and Polish specialists were slightly different. For example, you see that on the upper picture that from the grave, the half of the ground was removed and then the other half. So US specialists, they made like squares, like little squares and removed. But I think in general, the both approaches were very similar. As about some artifacts, not a lot of things, like mainly these are the shoes, decomposed of course. Coins, very small coins, and almost all of them are from the 1935, 36, and 37, these years, minted during these years. Bullets which were stuck inside the body. So for the first few days we couldn't find bullets, but then we found some. And the bones itself, which we made the anthropological analysis of it and created this kind of skeletons. Two outcomes of this process is one of them. It's like a report from the IPN about archaeological excavations. The second one is from the Wrocław Medical University about the anthropological examination. Both of them are available on our websites. These are like about 200 pages documents. Most important for us is, of course, the Wrocław Medical University's these pages, which indicates age, approximate age, height, sex, etc. What is important for us, so then I'm gonna share with all of you, I will share with the conference organizers the film, which was documentary, 22 minutes documentary. It was shot by the Radio Free Europe about these particular trenches. They have subtitles in Russian and English as well, and I think you will be interested in it. And after this film, after this campaign on the Facebook, a lot of people, there was a huge interest in it, like several 100,000 views and a lot of comments, shares, etc. While there is, as Edgar told, there is still Soviet nostalgia in Georgia, this kind of activities is very important in PR, so the PR side of this kind of campaigns is very important as well, because like our organization, other organizations, more than 10 years we spoke like, oh, there were like 30,000 more people repressed, among them more than 10,000 shot dead. But okay, it was like 5 likes and a few views. Okay, so it is just a statistics. But when people saw even these poor bones, how their hands cuffed behind, how this shot from behind, and the film that people started to care about. And it was, one image was more powerful than all of our posts before and our talks that this is like this, like that, etc. To educate future generation and to have like a weapon in our hands in against growing disinformation campaign and propaganda campaign, especially which is the central role of it is a history, and it is a re-evaluation of history by the Kremlin and its actors. The most brutal Troika protocol, which is carried in Georgian archives, it's the first Raikom secretary of Kaspi. It's not related to Batumi. Kaspi is a small township near Tbilisi. It's Barbara Kevlishvili, and with the red ink, we have this writing that 5 months pregnant after giving birth, punished. But then we know that she was beaten to death during her pregnancy. And this is one of the faces of the regime. What is our future plans? We now actively work, again, thanks to our Polish friends, and Poland is taking care a lot about this, not only in Poland, but outside as well. We have talks with the local embassy, Polish embassy in Tbilisi, in Georgia. They are very much eager to be involved in this process to help us in coordinating some works with the government, with public structures, with organizations and donor organizations from in Europe and in the world. So they, Polish ambassador also told us that they would like to help us in projecting the museum on that place. We also want to provide some funeral as soon as possible, because the situation of these bones, especially the ones who are exhumated in 2017, they are in a very bad shape, and they are almost becoming like a dust because of this high humidity, etc. So, and to make a beautiful memorial like Tallinn has, like Lithuania has, to Skulinai Park, to bury all these victims back in that place and make a kind of a park for peace and for education, museum, and to do such kind of activities. Also to continue search for the other 800 plus remains which were shot next to Batumi, and remains also, and the mass graves which are next to Tbilisi and Kutaisi and other cities which are we didn't found so far. Thank you for this, and I will try then to answer your questions during the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anton. We're going to save the questions for later.
Okay.
As I understand, our previous conference from 2019 was also useful for you, and with context at least. So
yes,
hopefully this one will be too.
I'm sure about this. Thank you again.
Yes. Now we're going to switch to another place towards the west, to Romania. And as we know, in Romania, the communist regime tried to establish the same like camps, like were in Soviet Union, Gulag type camps. And now our next speaker will be Dr. Stefan Bozomito. He is historian and the researcher now at the Institute for the Investigation of the Crimes of Communism and the Memory of the Romanian Exile in Romania, Bucharest. And he will speak about archaeological investigations on one of such like camps at the Danube Black Sea Canal. And this camp, as we know, existed not very long, from 49 up till 53. Yeah, but still it produced some victims of communist regime. So, yes. Please.
Thank you. Before I begin, I want to thank the organizers of this conference for giving us the opportunity to meet and to discuss these issues and to, present our work, our projects towards like institutions who are doing research and investigation in a similar area. My presentation today will focus on some projects carried on by our institute in the last years regarding the identification and saving of the material ruins, the material ruins of the former war camps or labor camps that were established alongside the site of the Danube Black Sea Canal. Before I present our projects and what we've achieved in the past years, I will briefly introduce you in the topic, and I will say you something about the history of this infrastructure project. So the Danube Black Sea Canal was launched in 1949 by a decree of the Council of Ministry in May 25, 1949, when it was decided, and I quote, to start the preparatory works for the construction of the Danube Black Sea Canal. The official goals of such a project were ensuring a faster and cheaper transport towards the Black Sea, the industrialization and the economic development of the southeastern region of the country, the creation of an irrigation network in order to increase the agricultural productivity, combating drought and rehabilitating the area from also an agricultural point of view. Unofficially, the communist regime in 1949 kind of needed a detention space for the far too numerous class enemies that the prison could no longer accommodate. The canal site, which employed around 100,000 inmates in the 4 years, helped the regime to decongest the prison and used the free labor of the political inmates. Initially, the project, as it was presented by the communist authorities, was a modernist and innovative one that wanted to affirm the power of the power and also the mobilization capacity of the newly installed communist regime. On September 3rd, 1949, the press organ of the General Directorate of the Danube Black Sea Canal, which was the, let's see, organ created in order to coordinate the site, published a speech by Anna Pauker. Anna Pauker was a preeminent member of the Communist Party, member of the Central Committee Secretariat of the Romanian Workers' Party. And among other things, Anna Pauker stated the following: the canal is being built without the bourgeoisie and against it. And soon this quote became the slogan for the Danube Black Sea Canal site, and it was like that published within the precinct of every labor camp. At first, the workforce use was predominantly civilian. In 1949, about 85 of the workers on the construction sites were paid civilian staff. Many civilians would have been attracted within the project by the generous salaries. But the difficult working conditions made the number of civilians decrease year by year. Naturally, the number of political prisoners were transferred to the labor camps, and colonies organized along the canal route increased proportionally. From an administrative point of view, the canal site was organized by the, as I specified already, General Directorate of the Danube Black Sea Canal, which was a governmental structure directly subordinated to the Council of Ministers. This structure was also responsible for the construction and equipment of the spaces that would function as labor camps and colonies. Following agreements concluded between this is the institution and the General Directorate of Penitentiaries, the latter made the labor of political prisoners available to the construction sites. The number of political prisoners who worked on the canal construction sites varied over the years, from a few thousand in 1949 to more than 20,000 inmates in November 1952. It was about 22,000 precisely, and it were like 83% of the people who were working on the construction sites. Several labor camps and colonies were organized alongside the route of the future canal, and here we have like a map. The canal runs from Chernavoda on the shores of the Danube towards Constanza on the shores of the Black Sea, and these are the sites of the work camps that were established from 1949 and in the later years. We have here a list of all these camps. Let's say the most important ones, as they were the largest, were Poarta Albă, which had in some periods even 12,000 inmates. And even nowadays, Poarta Albă is one of the most important prisons in Romania. It remained a prison, and I think it's the largest, even nowadays. And Peninsula, who at some points had around 8,000 inmates. These units were joined by other special camps, Eforie, Constanța, and also auxiliary camps which functioned as agricultural enterprises, the biggest one being in Castello with 5,000 inmates. The organization of labor colonies was done gradually, often through the involvement of work of political prisoners. The perimeters of the colonies were delimited and fenced with barbed wire, 3-4 meters high, along which were installed lookouts with soldiers armed with machine guns who had the order to fire upon a summons. Barracks for the accommodation of the prisoners and other buildings for administrative purposes would be built within the premises of the labor colonies, also by the inmates. The work schedule started as early as 3:30 a.m. The prisoners were divided into brigades of approximately 50 people, each of these brigades being assigned a sector of activity. The work of the prisoners was diverse. Some worked on the construction of roads and railways, others on excavation, transporting and loading the excavated earth, dislodging, crushing and transporting the stone needed for various works. The detention regime was very harsh. Most of the political prisoners who had been transferred to the canal came after many years in prison. They were malnourished, weak and sick. However, work standards were imposed on them beyond the powers even of a healthy and well-nourished worker. Food quotas were often insufficient. Meeting the work quota meant allocating around 3,000 calories. Not meeting the work quota sometimes meant no food for the inmate. There are no concrete data related to the number of those who lost their lives at the canal labor colonies. Estimates speak of around 900 deaths that have been recorded. Even so, there was an investigation led by the Securitate, the secret police, in 1967. And this investigation advanced some interesting numbers. They were saying that during the 4 years that the labor colonies functioned there on the Danube Black Sea Canal, there were 1,034 deaths for which no documents and records of civil status would have been drawn up. The same investigation, just as like a detail, established, based on documents, that only in January 1953, 133 prisoners had died in the canal labor colonies. The Danube Black Sea Canal proved to be, in only 4 years, a bankrupt project for the Romanian economy. the massive investment that the works required would prove that the project was not economically feasible. In the spring of 1953, even the Soviet advisors in Romania drew the attention of to the authorities to the fact that the investments and the works on the canal were not profitable. Even more, they reproached the communist leaders, Romanian communist leaders, the fact that they neglected the welfare of the people. Thus, the plenary session of the Central Committee in August 1953, we decided that the project involved, and I quote, too much effort for the Romanian economy. Under this condition, the works were stopped, and most of the colonies and labor camps were abolished, and works were abolished and abandoned. The project would return to the agenda of the Romanian authorities in 1973, 20 years later, and the works that will lead to the completion of the project started in 1976. The Danube Black Sea Canal project will be completed in 1984, being inaugurated on May 26. Okay, now after this presentation, okay, it was kind of long, I will speak to you about what we have done regarding the sites of the former colonies within the last years. The abandonment of the project in August 1953 led to the abandonment of the former colonies and labor camps, which were left in ruins. With the completion of the works in the period 1976-1984, most of the sites that housed colonies along the routes of the canal in the 50s would be completely demolished. Today, there is very little material evidence that recalls the geography of the repression in the 1950s at the canal war camps. In order to recover the last material remains of the former colonies, our institute started several projects carried out in partnership with the Vasile Pârvan Institute of Archaeology of the Romanian Academy and the National Museum of History of Romania. Practically, our institute financed the archaeological investigation campaigns, which purpose was to the investigation of the ruins in the spaces which were assigned to the colonies and forced laborers along the Danube Black Sea Canal route. The project started from the premise that these ruins of the former colonies constitute the material memory of the communist concentration system and the subsequent period, whose archaeological analysis in relation to other forms of memory, like historical sources, oral history, memoirs, and so on, can contribute to a better and nuanced understanding of Romania's recent past. The first campaign carried out within this project took place in 2014 and 2015 and targeted the site of the former labor colony from Galeșu. The history of this place is the history of this site is a special one, even today in Romania, as up until our initiative in 2014, it was the subject of form of commemorating the political detention, which was initiated by the Romanian Orthodox Church. In 2012, the Romanian Orthodox Church decided to build a church and a monastery in the vicinity of the former camp of Galeșu. The precise purpose of which was to commemorate the victims of the former works camps from the canal. In the crisis that was placed at the foundation of the newly built church, the following would be recorded. With the will of, and I quote, with the will of the Father, with the help of the Son, and together with the work of the Holy Spirit, the foundation of the chapel church dedicated to Saint Justin the Martyr of Poarta Albă Monastery, dedicated to all the Romanian saints and in remembrance of those sacrificed in forced labor, political prisoners from the 1950s at Canal, today, June 1st, 2012. And we have here what the Romanian Orthodox Church built in the vicinity of the canal. the monastery, which is inhabited by monks today, and they are trying to do something in the sense of commemorating that the victims of that prison camp. And they choose Galescu because it is said that within that labor camp, a lot of clergy was imprisoned. The archaeological investigation campaign carried out in 2014 and 2015 by the Institute, and you have on the right an image, an aerial image of the perimeter and the sites that were, I don't know, dug and investigated by our colleagues from the Institute of Archaeology. Considered archaeological excavation, surface research, and oral history campaigns. The investigation captured the material dimension of the beginnings of the brick building of the concentration space, outlining an image of the former forced labor colonies that overlaps only partially with the information from the official documents and the descriptions from the memorial works. The approach was an important one, as it saved, in a delicate moment, the last traces of the former labor colony from Galescu. And here you have some ground images of what today, not today, like 7 years ago, like the former site of the camp looks now. There are only ruins were in the two campaigns in 2014 and 2015 were documented, and a topography of the former camp was made. Like this project, from different reasons, resumed only in 2020, and in the 2020 campaign, it considered the investigation of the ruins from the space attributed to the forced labor colony of Peninsula, which offers another aesthetic of the material memory of the communist repression. Peninsula was established in 1949, and the colony included about 70 barracks arranged in the shape of the letter H around an assembly platform and surrounded by the rows of barbed wire. Just like Galescu, the construction of the brick barracks only started in the spring of 1952. In 1954, with the cessation of the works of the canal, unlike Galescu, the concentration area on the peninsula continues its biography in the form of a common law prison established in December 1955. In 1957, the peninsula became a first-class penitentiary unit where political prisoners were imprisoned sporadically up until 1964. The penitentiary was abolished only in 1977, and it became later a military unit. At some point in the 2000, in the early 2000s, the buildings of the space, the building in the precinct of the former forced labor colony were demolished, probably, we think, for the purpose of a real estate development of the land, an action already initiated in immediate vicinity. And here you have like a sketch of the colony as it existed in 1955, and on the right there is the actual topography of the site. It's not the actually, you'll better understand in a couple of minutes. The topography of the former war colony as it existed in the autumn of 2020. And here is an aerial image of the site, also from 2020. You can see, like this is the former precinct of the worker colony, and nowadays it's in the vicinity of houses, and a lot of new buildings are constructed there. You have to understand that the peninsula is on the shores of the Black Sea, and it's very near in the north of the most famous resort on the Black Sea in Romania, Mamaia. So there is huge interest in that land for real estate purposes, you know, because this resort is expanding. The detailed documentation of the ruins, as well as the identification of possible constructions whose biography began during the period of repression of the first canal, takes on an urgent character in the absence of a legal protection. And I want to say that this site is in private property. Today is under the administration of the Ministry of Defense, and we were allowed to, I don't know, conduct archaeological investigation over there, but that is all, you know. They are like, and here are some images of the ruins of the former Peninsula camp as it were in the autumn of 2020. No, that's another thing. Yeah, that and that and that. Okay. The 2020 investigation campaign yielded the following result. Drawing up the general plan of the site, repertory and detailed description of the construction facilities, 78 buildings and platforms of cement cast in slabs, 12 water cisterns, and 2 other concrete structures. The identification of some of the structures that, through their constructive elements, can be dated in the 50s, identification, location, and geographical coordinates, and documentation of the material traces of some work points of the former worked forced labor colony, and the documentation of the cemetery of the former Mamaia Sat cemetery, where, according to testimonies, political prisoners from the peninsula were buried. And we also continued kind of this project in 2022. In 2021, we had it, I don't know, in our plans, but it was the pandemics, and one of our colleagues was infected with coronavirus, so we had to, I don't know, postpone it. So in 2020, the research on the ruins of the former labor colonies continued, being documented in the space of the penitentiary at Porta Alba. I said it was the largest one of the colonies, and nowadays it's still a prison, but within the precinct there are still buildings from the 1950s, which functioned when the Porta Alba functioned as a labor camp on the Danube-Black Sea Canal. As it is nowadays a prison, we had like the right to document everything and take photos, but we are not allowed to kind of show it because, no, it's a question of security. But we had like a very good cooperation with the National Administration of Penitentiary, who helped us and allowed us to conduct the archaeological investigation there. Also, during the 2022 campaign, a series of information obtained from the locals led to the identification of the spaces assigned to the former labor colonies from Culma and Castello. In the first case, the biography of the former colony continues up until now in the form of ruined buildings or used as home, while in the second case, the entire space was destroyed by the construction of some industrial objectives. And here you have an image from Culma, from the 2022 campaign, and this is the site and the precinct of the former labor camp, which is nowadays is used and somehow transformed into normal houses by people who, I don't know, reconditioned the former barracks, brick barracks, and they are now living in it. Okay, also in 2022, the Galescu and the Peninsula sites were revisited in order to evaluate or re-evaluate the state of conservation of the ruins, investigating in 2014, respectively 2020. Unfortunately, the Peninsula case and the Peninsula, we had like a major blow when we arrived in Peninsula in November 2022, as this happened, you know, the earth was flattened and everything was destroyed. Somehow and somewhere in between 2020, 2022. As I said, the intervention were radical. The entire rubble of the buildings was removed. Their internal compartmentalization was destroyed. The cellars were plugged, and the basin in the area of the former assembly platform was demolished. Okay, and this is how the former site looks. And this is how like where we are now, within this point where we are trying to, I don't know, intervene, identify, and save as much as possible from what it remains from this forced camps, work camps from the 1950s. And we are kind of in this situation where we have no legal means through which we could, I don't know, intervene and save and protect these sites, which could or should be transformed into a form of, I don't know, or an object of memorialization. Before I finish, I want to add two more things. After, I don't know, finishing this paper, writing it, I had the kind of the impression that, okay, it was some years and it seems that we didn't do so much. The fact is, there is not much to do. That's a clear example. And beside the fact that we kind of identified and were able to, I don't know, draw up a topography of the former colony, this is what we're facing. Probably in a couple of years, this site of the former war colony will be developed by a real estate agency. It is very probably. And we have little thing to, I don't know, to do in this respect. And to finish up, this situation is as it is now in Romania, because with the canal we have two overlapping memories of this project. You know, the fact that in the 80s the communist regime like finished the project, transformed it in some kind of infrastructure success of Romania, you know, and they wrote songs about it. It was called like the Blue Highway, and everyone is kind of proud. Look what we have, like the Danube-Black Sea Canal, and they are making all sorts of comparison, saying that, you know, when we dug the canal, we excavated more ground than the, I don't know, Panama Canal and something like that. It's crazy. So what I am saying is that this image and this memory of the canal is an infrastructure success of the, not necessarily of the communist regime, but of the Romanians, is kind of shadowing the memory of the first canal, as we call it, of that canal on which political inmates worked and were put to forced labor. And this is why we have a situation like that, because people are forgetting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Stefan. Let's hope so. So now I'm very glad to introduce our next speakers, who will present our own domestic Estonian best practices on search and identification. And we will start from Arnold Unt, who's archaeologist of Estonian War Museum, initiator of that project, which was dealing with study of one battle place from 1946 in southern Estonia, so-called Hindriku farm, or as communists knew it, Maritsa farm. And for foreign audience, I may say that it's not just one case, one battle case. It's a very famous case in Estonian context. It was kind of revenge, I would say, what happened before the same month when Forest Brothers or members of armed resistance took under his control one center of the parish and punished also collaborants there. And communist regime leaders then thought that it was the most severe or greatest act of banditism, as they called them then, since the conquer of Estonia in 1944. And they even believed that it was provoked by Churchill's Fulton speech, which was also published in Soviet Estonian newspapers, and by the Communist Party information, the number with that speech, the newspaper with that speech was very rare to get, because it was, all these shops with that newspaper were emptied in half an hour then, in the beginning of March 46. So, please, Arnold Unt will be the first speaker.
Loodan, et olete nautinud Tallinnat. Tungivalt soovituslik on seda teha siseruumides, nagu ise olete aru saanud. Meelis rääkis kõik saladused välja. Ma ütlen ennem veel algust nii palju, et jah, see minu ettekande põhiosa keskendub sellele ühele sündmusele ja selle järelsündmustele läbi aastakümnete. Aga pildirida, mis hakkab taga jooksma, on ka nagu ajajoonel ja ei pea päris igat lauset pildiga üritama siduda, et laske oma kõrvadel ja silmadel vabalt omaette asju ajada ja võtke lihtsalt. Aga aega on vähe, let's go. Eesti on väike, ennekõike oma rahvaarvu poolest. Vaatamata sellele tuleb meil riigina täita samasuguseid kohustusi nagu 10 korrad suurematel riigitel. Siiski mõnikord hakkab väiksus sedavõrd suurt rolli mängima, et mingeid väga spetsiifilisi võimeid pole võimalik välja arendada. Umbes nagu 1 200 000 residendiga riigis töötav erikirurg, kellel ei piisa lihtsalt haigusjuhtumeid, et praksist ülevalt pidada ja kutseoskusi säilitada. Nii on Eestis uuritud kommunismi kuritegusid küll dokumentide põhiselt kogutud ja jäädvustatud inimeste mälestusi, aga sellised uuringud, kus arhiividokumentide uurimisega paralleelselt tehtaks välitöid sündmuskohal ja leitut uuritaks loodusteaduslike meetoditega, tuleb harva ette. Ja kui sellisteks uuringuteks tekib vajadus, siis esimesena tõusetub küsimus, kellega seda üldse teha. Sest isegi nominaalselt justkui selliste uuringutega tegelema pidavad institutsioonid, mõtlen siin ennekõike kohtumeditsiini instituuti, ei oma alati spetsiifiliste oskustega spetsialiste, milliste teeneid argijuhtumitel ei vajata. Peamiselt puudutab see vanade luude DNA uurimist, aga mitte ainult. Väikesel riigil oma miinuste kõrval on ka omad plussid, üksteisele vajalikud inimesed leiavad teineteist lihtsamini üles. Ja täna anname koos doktor Raili Almäega lühikese ülevaate ühest sellisest tööst. 1946. aasta 1. aprilli varahommikul piiras Nõukogude sisevägede üksus koos kohalikest kollaborantidest koosneva hävituspataljonlaste salgaga ümber Kagu-Eesti Saamaste külas asuva Hindriku talu. Pimeduskatte all majja tungimine ebaõnnestus ja 2 sõdurit said surma. Samuti ebaõnnestus talus end varjanud metsaandide salga väljamurdmine. 2 meest langesid ja 1 naine sattus piirajate kätte. Hiljem tapeti ka tema. Majja, kuhu oli jäänud taluperenaine koos oma emaga, taandusid 4 metsavenda koos salgajuhiga. Edasine on Eesti mõistes sedavõrd mastaapne, kuigi seda oli juba selle lahingu eellugu, mida siin ajavähesuse tõttu juba tutvustada, aga mida juba tutvustati, et pikkadel okupatsiooniaastatel vaikselt edasi räägitud rahvajutud jõudsid 500 piiraja ja nende poolt metsavendade murdmiseks kasutatud kahurite ja tankini. Tegelikkuses oli 8 tunni pikkuseks piiramislahinguks veninud vastasseisu jõuvahekorrad hoopis teissugused, aga siiski masendavad. 4 metsavenna ja 2 relvitu naise vastu circa 150 piirajat, 3 raskekuulipildu ja isiklike käsirelvadega. Erineva intensiivsusega lahing, kus mitmel korral esitati kaitsjatele parlamentääride vahendusel allaandmise ettepanekuid, lõppes elumaja põlema tulistamisega ja kõik majas olnud hukkusid, olles enne heisanud aknast Eesti rahvuslipu. Seda seik on aastakümneid hiljem isegi kinokunstis kasutatud. Lahingu lõppedes jäid maja ahervareme juurde lamama 6 sööstunud laipa, 3 majast väljas surma saanud viidi vallakeskusesse ja pandi nähtavasse kohta inimeste hirmutamiseks päevadeks välja. Hiljem maeti nad lähedal asuvasse metsa. Majas hukkunuid julgesid kohalikud külaelanikud samasse maha matta alles nädala pärast. Aastakümnetega hävisid talu ülejäänud hooned ja maja asemele kasvasid puud ja põõsad. Alles Eesti taasiseseisvumisega hakkas see lugu, nagu paljud teisedki, uuesti kõlama. Ja 1995. aastal püstitasid endised metsavennad oma kaaslaste hauale väikse mälestuskivi. Lahingukoht jätkas aga võsastumist ja 2011. aastal jõuti tõdemuseni, et inimeste viine puhkepaik ei tohiks olla metsatukas või taluõuel. Sellest algas üle 2 aasta kestnud ettevõtmiste jada, mille käigus ekshumeeritu langenud, tehti inimsäilmete uuringud ja uuriti arheoloogiliselt läbi lahingukohaks olnud taluase. Langenud maeti väärikalt kohalikule kalmistule ja lahingupaik hea korrastati. 3 metsamaetu puhul otsustasin piirduda mulle kättesaadava osteoloogilise uuringuga, sest tegemist oli 2 erivanuses mehe ja naisega, kelle isikud olid teada, samuti olid olemas kõigi 3 portreefotod. Hindriku tale uuel asunud ühishaua lahtikaevamisel avanes mulle aga vaatepilt, millega polnud ma varem oma pika tegevuse jooksul kokku puutunud. Nimelt ei olnud ma kunagi varem näinud põlenguohvrite säilmeid. Sellest tekkis alguses lausa üks ekslik teooria. Lisaks osteoloogilisele analüüsile liitus sel korral uurimisega ka Kaitsepolitseiamet, kellele seadusandja on pannud aegumatute inimsusvastaste ja sõjakuritegude uurimise. Nende osa oli küll rohkem vormistuslik, formaalne, aga nende kaudu oli võimalik taotleda leitud säilmete DNA uuringuid. Sellele sai pandud suuri lootusi, sest hauas oli 6 inimese ainult osaliselt säilinud luustikud. Lisaks oli 1 talus hukkunud isik tundmatu, kuigi uurijatel oli paar versiooni, kes see võiks olla. Paraku see lootus ei õigustunud ennast. 6 hukkunust suudeti tuvastada sel moel ainult 1, kellel oli olemas elus olev otsene järeltulija. Aga näiteks hukkunud majaperenaist ja tema ema ei suudetud elus oleva lapselapse abil tuvastada. Kõige suuremaks tööks kujunes aga maja aseme lahtikaevamine. Üheks põhjuseks, miks see sai ette võetud, oli erinev hukkunute arv ründajate aruandes ja kaasaegsete mälestustes. NKVD aruandes kanti ette, et tapeti 10 metsavenda ja 3 nende abistajat. Mõnes teises nõukogudeaegses allikas räägitakse 6 metsavennast ja kaasaegsete mälestustes oli maja ahervareme juures 2 naise ja 4 mehe sööstunud laibad, 2 meest ja 1 naine hukkusid väljaspool maja. Omajagu segadust lisas pärast lahingut maja ahjust leitud hüvastujätu kiri. Ühe variandina oli pakutud, et ehk jäi hiljem sündmuskohale tulnuil maja rusudes mõni hukkunu märkamata või muud sellist. Polnud ka teada, milline oli maja ehitus, kas sel võis olla kelder või mõni muu ehituslik iseärasus, mille puhul selline võimalus oleks kõne alla tulnud. Enne väljakaevamisi polnud meil isegi mitte ühtegi fotot talu elumajast. Väljakaevamistega saime palju olulist infot, aga ennekõike tohutu emotsionaalse liigutuse. Liivapadjale tehtud laudpõrandaga majas polnud mingeid varinguid või rususid, kuhu oleks saanud tuleohver jääda. Tuvastasime eluruumide asendiplaani ja leidsime koha, kus majas olnud elu lõppes. Lisaks palju lahingujälgi ja viiteid eelnenud eluolmele. Erinevus numbrites oli lihtsalt labane juurdekirjutus. Ilmselt oli agentuurvõrgu kaudu saadud informatsioon 10 metsavenna varjamisest ja kui pärast lahingut laipu kokku lugedes neid vähem sai, siis oli targem kõrgemal pool probleemide vältimiseks numbreid parandada. Nii. Lugesin nii kiiresti teile ette, et pildid ei jõudnud järgi. Jõudsin masinast ette. Aga üldiselt siit nüüd edasi räägiks Raili Allmäe siis nendest tähelepanekutest ja probleemidest, mis tal olid minu poolt saadud materjaliga tööd tehes. Siin jooksevad veel viimased pildid selle lahingukoha heakorrastamisest. Ja peale mida siis ka viimased 6 langenut sama 2014. aasta sügisel kalmistule maeti enne siit maja juurest läbi sõites. Aga palun, Rail.
Tänan, Arnold. Ja nüüd paluks siis siia doktor Raili Allmäe, kes on bioantropoloog, bioarheoloog.
Bioantropoloog ja bioarheoloog.
Bioarheoloog ja antropoloog. Nii et palun.
See on
väga kole ettekanne. Aitäh. Nii, tere ka minu poolt. Mu tõenäoliselt paneks selle suureks, kuigi mul on väga koledad slaidid.
F5 äkki või?
Jaa. Ei aita mind. Oot. Ole hea, pane suureks mul, siis ma kuidagi ei saa siin pihta praegu. Olgu, ei tule paremini välja. Et Arnold rääkis ära põhilise osa sellest loost, millest ta mind siis nagu kaasa kutsus osalema kui bioarheoloogi ehk siis inimest, kes on oma elu jooksul peamiselt töötanud arheoloogiliste inimluudega. Mul on siin korduvad fotod natuke Arnoldiga, aga pole hullu. Et kuna mina ja siis minu hea kolleeg Jana Limbo-Simovarat töötasime tol ajal ehk 2012-2013 Tallinna Ülikooli Ajaloo Instituudis just nimelt arheoloogiliste inimluudega ja Arnold pöördus meie poole ja me võtsime selle juhtumi vastu. Ma pean ütlema, et me ei ole otseselt kohtumeedikud, aga me kasutame oma töös kindlasti kohtumeedikutele omaseid meetodeid. Ja mis on nüüd nagu keerulisem, et me selliseid nagu surmapõhjuseid tavaliselt kindlaks ei tee, aga siiski mingid tähelepanekud me saime teha. Siin on nüüd üks slaid, mis võtab inglise keeles kokku selle, mida Arnold varem rääkis, see käib selle konkreetse lahingu kohta.
Ta vist tuleb natuke kerida.
Nende slaididel on see probleem, et nad tulevad kuskilt brauserist. Ma ei saa suuremaks teha kahjuks.
Teiselt poolt kerida, siis näeb seda alumist pilti ka, muidu näeb ainult ülemist.
Vabandust, väga hea tähelepanek. See ei aita kuidagi mind.
Aitas küll.
Aitas
küll.
Vot mul ei ole sellist kogemust. Nii, see on nüüd see slaid.
Sellest noolest keerata, siis näeb kõike.
Nii. One by one, okay. Yes, I should have done it earlier then.
Not that.
Ma ei tea halvasti, aga no pole hullu, ma saan hakkama. No ma oleks pidanud panema mälupulgalt selles. Ma mõtlesin, et on olemas.
Siit kerida siis kõik need.
Okei, aitäh. Saime hakkama, kuigi jah, kõrval nüüd see jookseb, aga pole hullu. No it's okay. Arnold juba rääkis, ma veel kord kordan, et kõik ajaloolised allikad, arheoloogilised uuringud viidi läbi Arnold Jundi juhtimisel. Ja meie osaks jäi siis Hindriku talu maadele maetud 6 inimese säilmete uurimine. Need ei olnud terviklikud skeletid, nad olid osalised. Ja pärast siis ekshumeerimist toodi need Tallinna Ülikooli osteoloogia laborisse, kus me tol ajal töötasime. Siin pildil on näha ka ühe inimese säilmed siis nii-öelda töölaual. Ja mida me siis tegime? Meie esmane mõte oli see, et me üritame siis määrata nende maetud inimeste soo ja vanuse ja et me teeme seekord nii-öelda pime katset. Me ei lasknud endale öelda nende inimeste vanuseid ja me tegime mõlemad ka eraldiseisvalt siis nagu need vanusemäärangud. Soo määramisega oli lihtsam, me tuvastasime kohe 2 naise skeletid, sest puusaluud olid säilinud. Aga vanuse määramisega me kasutasime mitut meetodit ja saime pisut erinevad tulemused. Aga miks me sellega võtsime, sest kui sa töötad arheoloogiliste luudega, siis tavaliselt sa ju ei tea, milline on nende inimeste kronoloogiline vanus, eks ole. Et see aitas meil ka teistpidi nagu taibata, kuidas me tegelikult määrame siis inimeste vanust surma hetkel nagu tegelikult reaalselt. Lisaks me tegime endale sellised joonised nendest skelettidest, kus me märkisime ära need kohad, kus olid murrud, kus olid põlengukohad, kõik vigastused, kõik eripärad. Ehk siis dokumenteerisime olemasoleva luumaterjali ja vigastused luudel. Vanuse määramisega juhtus selline asi, et need 2 naise luulised säilmed, mis seal hauas olid, andsid meile täiesti vale signaali võrreldes nende kronoloogilise vanusega. Samas 3 nooremapoolse mehe vanusemäärangud tulid küllaltki täpselt meil mõlemal. Ja kuna ühe, nagu Arnold juba varem ütles, et ühe noore mehe nagu identiteet ei olnud teada, siis tema oli nagu, kuidas nüüd öelda, tema vanus oli siis nagu kõige noorem nende hulgast, et aga ei ole täpselt teada, kes see inimene seal oli. Nii, ma võib-olla panen suurema joonise. Ei, ma olen selle ära kustutanud, väga tubli. Et siin on nagu joonisel, ma ei tea, kui hästi te näete, aga põhimõtteliselt me panime siis graafikule, et milline on siis meil, millisest piirides me saime selle vanuse määrangu, mis oli siis keskmine vanus meie hinnangul ja kust tegelik hinnang. Et kui te näete luustike 1 ja 2, siis te näete, et tegelikult see kronoloogiline vanus on nagu oluliselt erinev. Teate, aga need on, vabandust, see ei ole ettekanne, vaid slaidid. Ja mida me siis nagu lõpuks tuvastasime, et kuigi Arnold leidis maja asemelt väga palju erinevaid kuule või õigemini padrunikestasid, siis meie luustikel ei tuvastanud ühtegi kuulihaava, mis oli tegelikult nagu üllatav. Muidugi me peame ütlema, et osadel luustikel puudusid ka pead või ehk koljud, et võimalik, et olid koljudes mõned kuulitabamused, aga selle materjali põhjal ei olnud kuskil näha ei rindkerjal, ei jäsemete alla, mitte kuskil. Siis luude selline sööstumine ja murrud, mis neil olid, viitasid sellele, et need inimkehad olid jäänud tulla. Need on just nimelt nende lihastega seotud murrud luudel, mis tekivad tules. Me leidsime siis 2 naise ja 4 mehe luustikud. Ja nagu ma juba ütlesin, siis nooremate meeste puhul me tabasime vanust küllaltki täpselt, naiste puhul jäi see nagu segaseks. Ja see oli ka üks põhjus, miks Arnold läks siis, üks nendest põhjustest, miks Arnold läks siis kaevama ka seda taluaset, sest meil tekkis mõte, et äkki sinna oli veel keegi jäänud ja see nagu täielik põlemine toimunud, et äkki me leiame sealt veel kellegi nagu säilmed. Nii, ja siin on nüüd üks pilt sellest kaevamisest talu asemel. Arnoldil olid väga head pildid sellest nagu jooksmas. See oli ka, ma märgin ka selle ära, et see oli vist minu arvates üks esimesi kordi Eesti arheoloogias, kus kasutati drooni ülaltvõtete tegemiseks. Ja siin on nüüd see pilt, et kaevamiste käigus, siis arheoloogiliste kaevamiste käigus Arnold korjas siis majasamelt kokku ka kõik need põlenud luukillud, sest sinna olid jäänud ju maha inimeste nagu jäsemed ja seal nagu koha peal põlenud ja erinevaid luukatkeid. Ja sellel joonisel tegelikult need punased täpid näitavad seda, kus kohas need põlenud luud olid, ehk selle järgi, nagu Arnold varem ütles, me tegime kindlaks, kus kohas need inimesed sellel hetkel olid, kui nad hukkusid. Siin on üks näide siis põlenud luumaterjalist, mida mina uurisin tookord siis laboris. Ja muide, meil oligi siis nagu seesama, mis ma ütlesin, et me tahtsime nagu täpsustada siis inimeste arvu, kes majja jäid, siis teha kindlaks nende asukohad surmahetkel ja äkki meile siis õnnestub nagu kuidagi kokku viia need põlenud luumaterjal ja siis need maetud skeletid, see meil ei õnnestunud. Aga me saime teada, et tõesti 6 inimest seal majas hukkus, kus nad hukkusid. Nii et sellise ülevaate me sealt siiski soime. Siin on nüüd mõned leiud, mida Arnold juba näitas. Arnold tegi ka ühe näituse sellest kohalikele inimestele, et mis sealt majaaluselt leiti. See on ka äärmiselt oluline minu meelest. Ja minu meelest on ka väga tähtis, et need inimesed maeti oma kogukonna kalmistule pärast seda uurimistööd. See maja ase tehti siis ka nii-öelda mälestuspaigaks, selle lahingu mälestuspaigaks. Ja ma lõpetangi siin kohal. Aitäh!
Suur tänu, Raili. I would think that now, after such a deep case studies, we could need some refreshment, and I will announce a little coffee break for 15 minutes now. Should continue now because we are in a certain time frame, and we will continue with the second part of our panel with speakers from Poland and Lithuania. Both they are maybe in somewhat better position because they have special institutions for search and identification. So, and our first speaker will be Rafał Michlinski, who is deputy head of identification department of IPN in Poland. And he will speak about one case study about one mass grave of Polish Home Army, which is situated actually in Vilnius, Lithuania. Yes. So, floor is yours, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, very first of all, I would like to say thank you for the invitation, for your hospitality, to have a possibility to share our things maintained about searching and identification. The subject of my presentation will be to outline the main challenges facing historians in the context of one specific place, Vilnius Calvary. This is the place of a potential research site. It is possible to carry out the archaeological works there under certain conditions. Necessary, in addition to obtaining all permits, is to conduct an archival query. The purpose of conducting an archival query is to try to determine the facts and the circumstances of the burials located there. I would say that the all things that we are trying to do, it's like a one chain. And everything starts in archives. The French School of History says, no documents, no history. My topic, it's pretty about just one case, and I wanted to show you, to outline the main points just about the documents, how we suppose, how we try to read them and take the right point to have a possibility to dig in the ground. And there's going to be a little bit about the history of the place, that the forested hill near the Verkiu, it's the northern place district of the Vilnius, named respectively Golgotha, Zion, as well as a river resembling of the Cedron flowing through Jerusalem, turned out to be ideal place to establish Calvary here. The first wooden church and chapels were built before 1669. In 1842, the Tsar authorities took over a significant part of the land belonging to the monastery in Verkiu. After a few years, the Trinitarian monastery was closed and placed under the care of the Orthodox Church. In 1850, the Dominican monastery in Verkia was also closed. The monks were transferred to the monastery in Trakai, and the church was taken care of by the priest from the diocese. However, the closing the monastery didn't cause the disappearance of the tradition of the pilgrimages to Calvary in Vilnius, formed over many centuries. On the contrary, at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries, this tradition gained strength, making Calvary one of the most frequently visited Vilnius pilgrimage sites. Established in the 18th century, the complex comprising a church, monastery, and the 35 stations of the cross survived without mere changes until 1962, when one night, on the order of the Soviet authorities, all chapels in Calvary, apart from the four, the closest to the church, were blown up, and 1 year later finally destroyed. The Calvary as a place suffered a painful fate during the Soviet occupation in the years 1944-1990. The Catholic Church was one of the most powerful and influential forces that could oppose Sovietization in the post-war years. It played a great role in the Lithuanian and also the Polish society enjoyed their support, wasn't only a carry of the religious but also the national values. This is not without the reason that in this very short outline of the history of the place itself, two moments are crucial for the research perspective. The first event is the July 1944, so it's a fight of the Polish Home Army against Germans in the Vilnius and the outskirts of the city called Krawczyny, and the turn of the 60s of the 20th century, the destruction of the mass grave and exhumation. After the capture of Vilnius by the Polish troops in 1944, part of the German forces numbering about 3,000 soldiers under command of the General Reinhard Stachel left the city on the eve of the end of the fighting. Soldiers of the Home Army blocked their escape route and the Battle of Krawczyny took place. The Germans suffered a defeat and the heavy losses. They lost about 1,000 people. Wehrmacht soldiers, as it was said, couldn't took the battle against Poland in the city of Vilnius. It was the biggest battle fought by the Polish units during the Ostra Brama operation. Thus, the crossing of the Germans through the Neris River was stopped. 79 Polish soldiers were killed in the fight. The commander of the 1st Vilnius Brigade of the Home Army, Captain Czesław Gromczewski-Jurand, died as well. The Battle of Krawczyny, despite the victory, turned out to be bloody. Many soldiers were killed, including the commanders. The fighting for the city of Vilnius continued, and the fallen soldiers had to be buried. In my opinion, two factors determine the place of the burial: the topography of the city and ongoing fights. Fighting for the central part of the city and the fact of the destruction of the so-called the Green Bridge caused the most convenient place for the burial soldiers near the Calvaria. It's the place located about 5 kilometers in a straight line from the bank of the river Neris. It should be also added that some of the fallen soldiers during the Battle of Krawczyny were buried already close to the cemetery of the closed place in the Puramont, the parish of the Saint Raphael. On the picture here you can find the place of IPN's investigation from 2019 that we used to search the commander of Home Army Czesław Gromczewski. These 3 crosses were significant for us to estimate the proper place, and our researches are still ongoing. In order to find and identify the 3 soldiers buried in the cemetery, the Search and Identification Office of Institute of National Remembrance carried out the archaeological works in 2019. The results have not brought the expected results, and the work is still in progress. Finally, the remaining soldiers who died at Krawczyny battle were buried next to one of the shrines of the Way of the Crosses in Calvaria. So on the pictures there was the first sign made on the trees, and afterwards there was a plaque with the commemoration. The eternal peace of the soldiers buried in Calvaria was broken in the 60s when the exhumation was carried out. As a part of the fight against the Catholic Church in Lithuania, apart from closing many parishes, taking over property and excluding the church from the possibility of owning its real estate, the Station of the Cross were blown up and the grave was dug up by the excavator under unexplained circumstances. The remains were moved to a nearby cemetery, and there is still some plaque of the exhumation site. And the main challenge for the Institute of the National Remembrance is to find the source. I remark the source and determine the circumstances of the presented event in order to correct select the place of work. Difficulties or the challenges mentioned at the very beginning consist a very large dispersion of the documents and historical sources related in this event. There is a list of a couple main archives that's supposed to be checked in scope of the documents. As you can see, there is a special archives of Lithuanian state, central state, Lithuanian archives, because of the materials related to the editorial office of the Polish language magazine called Rekflat, Czerwony Sztandar, Lithuanian historical archives, according to church materials and information and records of burials written in church books, Vilnius regional state archives that has materials produced by the city authorities concerning the development of the urban space, including the parks and the Calvary, Library of the Lithuanian Academy of Science, archival units of the Archdiocese of Vilnius, also the Metropolitan Curia archives, that materials produced by the church authorities, and so on and so on. Actually, tomorrow morning when I was talking with my Lithuanian friends, that there is still some other archives that's supposed to be checked. They are in Poland, in Suwałki. The idea of the Lithuanian friends is that not on the official authority level, but a little down in the regional, they're supposed to be, could be some letters or information exchanging between Lithuania and Poland that could be checked. The query conducted in the all archives present above brought an partial answer to a question we asked. The most important thing from the point of view of conducting archaeological works is to establish the facts. What was done during the exhumation in the 1960s? So this is the first picture of the place where the soldiers were buried, and this is the place where they were moved. So the distance is about 500 meters done by one excavator, but the crucial question is what was done actually on this distance between these two places, and it's all about the searching the certain information about this movement. The documents actually exist. There are two documents given by the Vilnius Archdiocese Curia archives that the people are worried about the moves and directions taken by the Soviet authorities in Lithuania, but this information that there was no answer for the church authorities. Actually, the pictures of the destroying of the Calvary also exist. This is the fact that the dispersion of this case is very very large. So these pictures comes from regional archives and show us the destruction that just as you can see, a couple of stones left untouched. The content of the documents doesn't indicate who and how made the destructions, how many remains were in the discovered grave, and in what order they were buried, and how many of them were transferred to a nearby cemetery. The fight against the Catholic Church and the covering the traces were reflected in their documents. The very short and unclear statements of the top-level authorities and missing documents, especially in special archives in Vilnius, is just a confirmation for us. even if it would be the main challenge to gain the information from the many archives, it wouldn't be okay. But there is something I would say extra point, because when we realize that the information written in the death books are unclear, they changed us the whole point of view about the place as a pit with the correct number of the bodies. Why? Because there is a little information on this red square that the one of the Polish soldier used to be buried 2 days before Battle of the Krawczyny. So at the very beginning there was someone, at least one person extra, who was buried in this grave, and after that the soldiers who been fallen in Krawczyny were buried to the same grave. But it's not the end of the story, because as long as we know and found some connections, it happened many times in the Vilnius parishes that this information could appear in a later chronological order, and it may be possible that someone who has died, like in this case 2 days before, could be buried in the same place. So the window is still open, and we have to find the proper number. And also on the plate there is 32 names given for the fallen soldiers, but this is still not the end, because we have to be correct in our works when collecting the whole documents, counting them again, because on the left and on the right plaque there are in total just 30 names. So in the main one there is 32, and there is written in Polish that they have fallen in the Krawczyny battle. In 2 others there are just 15. We are pretty sure there is someone more extra from 2 days before, and some archives are still open for us and waiting for the response and trying to find the right answer. To sum up, challenges run by Calvario case comes from the lack of the one-source exhumation done by the communistic authorities. In itself, nature was hidden, obviously. Authorities, despite the fact they were in the power, did not leave the right documents that movement of the exhumation by the excavator was done. Those that survived need to be read in a very critical way, as I just proved you that the number is still unclear for us, and supported one by one by each other. Have to be collected and read in the right context. So it's all about the context, actually, about the finding as many as possible sources. There is no one main source. It needs a critical, very, I mark critical point of view, and trying to find to being, I would say, precise enough even to estimate how many of the bodies in one place in one time could be buried. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Rafał. It's of course not easy case when you have so many sources, archival sources for your case study, but another way, it's not easy either when you think that maybe in some neighboring country there are some archival sources about communist crimes, for example, but you couldn't use them because you don't have access to them.
Every single case is individual Well, so this one was linked with the archives in scope of the documents with the Catholic Church. So there was a great need to be in contact with the authorities to find these documents. And the fact that in this in the red square, I marked that the one guy was killed, shot 2 days before in the Battle of the Vilnius. It gives us a next opportunity to find another parishes in the suburbs of the Vilnius to trying to count them correctly again. So,
thank you. And now we have 2 more speakers left, but they are very special guests of our conference. First, Dr. Magdalena Krajewska, who is head of identification department of IPN. She is an anthropologist and biologist.
Yes, that's true.
And she will speak about the process of identification, how it is managed in Poland. And in the cover of Secrecy, I can say that they also use the application CODIS, as we call it, which also is used by FBI in the United States. So
okay, so it sounds scary. But first of all, I want to really thank you for this opportunity to say about process of identifying the victims, maybe in some different way, because I'm not a historian like previously was said. I am a forensic anthropology. And I coordinate the anthropological research and genetic research in the Institute of National Remembrance in Poland. So I would like to present some basic information about this, how we doing this in our research and with our possibilities. So, of course, the Institute of National Remembrance founded over 24 years ago, but the Office of Search and Identification in its current form was established in 2016 under the amendment of the Act of the Institute of National Remembrance. Well, main purpose of the office looks for unidentified burial sites of course, Polish soldiers struggling for independence and Polish victims of totalitarian oppression from the period between 1917 and 1990. The mission is to find and identify the victims of totalitarian system and ethnic cleansing, and return them to their families. Our team included specialists in various fields, and we can say for sure that just that kind of cooperation guarantee success. Many of experts have to cooperate to really finished this process by genetic identification, because this is the only way to say for sure that we have a victim which we are looking for. So today about 70 people work in our office. They are mainly historians, archivists, archaeologists, anthropologists and genetics. We are work in the 18 branch office, and the individual identification, like I said, in our research, it's just possible due to use of genetic data. Especially, we have two kind of material: material from relatives, victims and remains of unidentified human found in the work of Institute. But of course, to do this and to using genetic material, we had to create some specific legislative solution. That's why with this amendment in 2016, which I mentioned earlier, also the legislation in Poland imposed on the President of National Remembrance, of Institute of National Remembrance, the obligation to create and to maintain the genetic material database. Of course, in order to identify victims of totalitarianism. This task related to the administration of the base are delegated to our office. What kind of material and what kind of information we can find with this data? Of course, we have in this database sensitive data. So there is, we can say, 4 types of data. First of all, sensitive data of people whose relatives lost their lives as a result of fighting the imposed totalitarian system or as a result of totalitarian repression or ethnic cleansing between 1917 and 1990, and also about victims associated with these relatives. Genetic material database contains data and information also about human remains or ashes found by our institution during exhumation research and the result of genetic research. Of course, the beginning of function, the genetic material database wasn't so impressive because at the beginning we started with about 400 samples of collected, the most of the relatives, not as many from human skeleton remains, but from this over 5 years of really hard work, we finished 2022 with database with about 3,500 of samples, of which about 2,000 are relative to the victims. I have to, in this slide, I had to uploading the information which was in the previously videos, because we can say that included identification made before 2017 and made in the last few months, we identify about 240 victims. Of course, then the number of samples were something what was really positive, but with the development of the database, the need to analyze the data contained therein increased. So we needed to analyze this data, and we needed to find the appropriate solution and especially appropriate tool for genetic comparative research. First of all, we ask our laboratories, genetic laboratories, how to cope with this, and if we can count on any help with that comparative analysis. Well, they said that, of course, they can compare some of the samples with some of the samples, so some profiles with different, but they are not able to compare such a huge amount of data with each other. So we started to find another solution, and the answer for our problem turned out to be cooperation with the FBA, and this cooperation turned out to be also an opportunity to acquire an appropriate tool that will be used to identify crime victims. FBI using this, of course, it's his proprietary program using for years to identify the identity of crime victims and criminals. License for this program now in Poland have two institutions, Institute of National Remembrance and the Central Forensic Laboratory of Police. What the most important about DNA, combined DNA index system named CODIS, that for sure it's the world's best relationship analysis software for conducting comparative analysis for identification, based of course on DNA profiles stored in the system. And also, this system does not collect personal, like sensitive data. There is no names, there is no specific features, there is no information about people who give us his material to his DNA. All of this sensitive information is in genetic database, but not in CODIS. In CODIS, there is just a reference number. And the second thing, which is quite important, we have very often this question that that license for sure costs a lot of money. Well, it's not true because the license is for free. The FBI makes the system available, but there is one condition. And the license can be applied and can be available just for the public institution that perform investigative function. And in Institute of National Remembrance, in our structure, we have also a commission of the prosecution of crime against the Polish nation. And because of this fact, we could apply for this license. This system is not available for university, not available for commercial laboratories. With the support of Ministry of Justice and General Prosecutors, the Institute of National Remembrance obtained the consents of Director of FBI to use this program. In 2018, an agreement was concluded, was signed, and about a year later, the system was installed in Poland, in our institute. Then we thought that, okay, so now we can start working. It would be much easier. Well, it wasn't, and still it is not as easy as we thought. Because we have to implement some IT improvements in order to adapt the identification capabilities of this program to our needs, and especially to the situation that our relatives are not very often close relative with the victims. Of course, we have a situation that we've got a quite close relatives, but much often not. That's why we have to make some IT improvements in this program. But also, the second part of our quite hard work was start to add all of the profiles to this program step by step, enter all data manually. So we can say that from 2020, it's starting to work like with some of the profiles in CODIS. What kind of data is in this program? We have to remember that CODIS success is measured by its resource. If there is a lot of DNA profiles, the better results we get. So in data which is proceed in CODIS system, it's DNA profiles obtained from all human bone remains preserved during the exhumation work of Institute, and DNA profiles obtained from the comparative material which we have from victims' family members. How it works, like generally. Samples of bones and comparative material, first of all, are registered in the base, and from the genetic material database, they are going to a genetic laboratory which we are cooperated with, which we have agreement, and after the research analyzes, the profiles coming back to Institute of National Remembrance to enter to the CODIS system. Now we can say that currently over 1,500 profiles were collected in CODIS system. And the basic for identification in this program is creation of family trees. Because we have a lot of information, but very often from different kind of relatives, we have to create kind of family trees, which relative profiles, and the main task of CODIS is match the unidentified human bone remains to an exist tree, so to this question mark. And this is the search which doing automatically very often. Well, search and compare entered data profiles are searching in CODIS automatically every week, and we getting information which human remains and which profiles of relatives are the most relative. For sure, the very important information is that the CODIS is just a tool to help in identification. It not give you a complete identification. Every match has to be checked by genetics, and the second thing is that CODIS is just compare the DNA profiles and don't have sensitive data. That's why it's just a tool which supposed to supporting the genetic database. But for sure we can say that till using this CODIS system until the end of 2022, the genetic identification of 23 victims was made. The profiles of several of them was available in the external laboratories for a very, very long time, for many years. But the lack of appropriate IT tools prevented aerial identification. The next 20 names will be made public in just 3 weeks and at an identification conference. So the main results which we can summarize, it's for sure that CODIS success is measured by its resource. And our task as a search and identification office is constantly increase the number of profiles in this database. No genetic laboratory in Poland has a tool to allow for a permanent and systematic search of all collected genetic profiles against each other. And the most important, that obtained results show that CODIS enables the identification of victims whose DNA profiles has been available to external genetic laboratories for a long time. but the appropriate IT tools prevent aerial identification. And the last one, which I suppose it would be some good vision to a future, that almost 3.5 samples have been collected till now in Institute National Remembrance Database so far, and over 1,500 profiles in the CODIS IPN system, while creating the only genetic database in the world dedicated exclusively just to the victims of crimes from several decades ago, so the victims of totalitarian regime. We are already waiting for arrival of invited families who, in 3 weeks, like I said, receive identification notes and will soon be able to bury their family members. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm open to discuss.
Thank you very, very much for introduction.
And I'm sorry, unfortunately, I get cold. That's why I sound so maybe not pleasant.
Everything was very well understandable. Well, let's save the question for the later, and then let's hear our last but not least speaker, who will be from Lithuania. As I understand, last year the Search and Identification Department was established under the Lithuanian Genocide and Resistance Research Center.
Yes.
And Rimantas Zagrečkas is head of that department, and he will be present us probably the first success story of the department.
Yes, you are right.
The finding of remains of southern Lithuanian national partisan leader Juozas Vitkus Kazimieraitis, who was probably partisan with the highest military rank in Lithuania at that time. Am I right?
Not maybe the most significant. It will be Žemaitis. It was a general.
Žemaitis was general even then.
Yeah.
In 54, 53.
No. He was shot in the Moscow, but it was in 1950.
Okay. But in that case, Juozas Vitkus Kazimieraitis was shot in 1946.
Yes.
And please,
thank you.
Tell us about that.
So, at the end of October last year, the discovery of the remains of the Lieutenant Colonel Juozas Vitkus, alias Kazimieraitis, one of the most prominent commanders of the armed resistance struggle that took place in Lithuania after World War II, attached a great deal of attention and interest in Lithuanian society. This event was the successful outcome of several years of efforts searching for the remains of post-war resistance fighters is a daunting task, requiring a great deal of financial outlay, careful analysis of documents, and proper systematization of the information obtained during the search. It is therefore rational to discuss each successful case in the hope of discovering possible regular patterns when we deal with the burial of the remains of fallen post-war resistors. This is the purpose of this report. To briefly characterize the search for fallen post-war partisans in Lithuania, it is worth saying that the search is being carried out in two directions. Firstly, to find the most prominent figures of the resistance, and secondly, to respond to requests from citizens to the Lithuanian state to help them locate their relatives who died in the post-war period and who are not known to be buried anywhere. There are about 20,000 such missing individuals in Lithuania. It's not necessary to explain to the audience here the causes of the resistance that arose in the part of Europe occupied by the USSR in 1944-45, or what it looked like in general terms. For those who are less familiar with the post-war processes in Lithuania, I would just remind that the first groups of armed resistance began to oppose the establishment of the USSR institution of power as early as the summer of 1944, immediately after the USSR-German war front had crawled westwards across the Lithuanian territory. This struggle continued for several years. Most Lithuanian historians consider 1953 to be the end of struggle. Also, isolated cases of armed resistance were recorded later. From the very beginning of the fighting, the Lithuanian armed struggle was not, for the most part, chaotic. Also, it was organized not by the state, but by the various social organizations. Most of the organizations were formed during the German occupation, but this was not out until the appearance of the USSR troops that they started to engage in real armed resistance. As one eyewitness noted, this was because the majority of the Lithuanian elite at the time regarded Nazi Germany as enemy number 2 and the Soviet Union as enemy number 1. In May 1942, Catholic youth activists in Kaunas founded the anti-Nazi Lithuanian Front, a branch named after Grand Duke Kęstutis, the ruler of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, became the military unit of this organization. One of the commanders of this gathering in Vilnius was the aforementioned Lieutenant Colonel Juozas Vitkus of the Lithuanian Army, nicknamed Kazimieraitis. At the end of 1944, he arrived in the forests of southeastern Lithuania and began to organize an armed partisan movement there. It was largely thanks to his efforts that in April 1946, headquarters was set up, to which all the partisan formations on the left hand side of the Nemunas River or southern Lithuania submitted. Juozas Vitkus Kazimieraitis was killed on 2nd July 1946, but despite his early death, he is considered one of the most prominent figures of the post-war resistance in Lithuania because of his role as an organizer. The search for the remains of Juozas Vitkus Kazimieraitis began immediately after the restoration of Lithuanian state in 1991. They were initiated by his surviving relatives. They tried to search in the NKVD courtyards of the closest parish centers to the place of death. These efforts were part of the massive post-war partisan searches carried out throughout Lithuania. In those years, there were still many witnesses with the post-war events, which is why several hundred, perhaps several thousand participants in the post-war resistance were found and reburied. To a large extent, reburial was a spontaneous process, and more precise statistics remain unknown. During this public action, the remains of 34 post-war resistant fighters were found in the small southern Lithuanian town of Leipalingis, close to the site of the death of Juozas Vitkus. Like most of the remains discovered throughout Lithuania in those years, they were not identified, leaving open the question of whether they included the aforementioned southern Lithuanian partisan commander. In 2018, the relatives of Juozas Vitkus contacted the Genocide and Resistance Research Center of Lithuania. And there, a group of several enthusiasts formed at the center, took up the task and organized the exhumation and identification of the remains of the partisans interred in the cemetery. This group managed to identify 19 exhumed remains in 3 years of activity. The general picture of the burial of the remains identified by the group is as follows. The remains found in the area of town of Leipalingis, which was the center of district until 1950, are located in an area which is no more than 150 meters from the former NKVD headquarters. A relatively large number of the remains, 7, and 4 more was noticed in 2021-2022, were found. Oh, I lost my text. Just a moment. Yes. Among them were found in the NKVD courtyard area, which covers about 10 years. Among them, the 7 identified out of 19 were not real participants of the armed resistance. They were either their legal associates or people who had escaped from the exile in Siberia and were in hiding. Dates of death of the identified persons are 1947, 1950. These results indicate that the persons who died in 1945, 1946, and after 1950 have not been found in this town. It has another 100 or so persons buried somewhere unknown. At the end of 2021, a state authority took the search of the remains of the post-war partisans and of the particular persons we have mentioned. And after the establishment of our unit, the Search and Identification Unit at the Genocide and Resistance Research Center in Lithuania, already during the first season of archaeological excavations organized by this department, the remains of Juozas Vitkus Kazimieraitis were discovered in the courtyard of the former NKVD headquarters in Leipalingis on 20th October 2022. This result was due to both the well-conducted analysis of archival data and the oral information about the post-war events preserved by local people. As regards the documents that were useful in this case of Juozas Vitkus Kazimieraitis, first of all, the order of 12 August 1946 of Lieutenant General Alexei Leontiev, head of the main board for combating banditry of the USSR Ministry of the Interior, that's MVD, to the ministers of the Interior of the SSRs of Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia on the procedures for documenting the anti-partisan operations. Now, that document, I think, is now known for many participants of this conference. This order stated that the remains of resistance fighters were to be brought to the district center, where they were to be buried in such a way that they would not be found by their comrades. Leipaling's records show that the order did not create a new procedure in Lithuania. It only consolidated the practice already observed in Leipalingis since the end of 1945, whereby the remains of fallen partisans were taken by the Czechists to the center of the district, not returned to their relatives, and then disappeared somewhere. Other documentary material that was useful to us was in the Lithuanian Special Archive, which contains files on the operational activities of the USSR KGB and MED district divisions. Among them, the so-called agency files stood out for their informativeness. These were not files on agents, but on individual resistance fighters or groups of resistance fighters being followed by the KGB. In one of these agency files, which was intended to collect materials on a group of 50 or 60 people operating in the area where Joseph Vitkus was killed, documents were found which had a decisive influence on the discovery of the remains of the partisan commander we are discussing. These documents are the act of descent of the event signed by the chief of the MED of Leipalingis district on the day of the death of Joseph Vitkus, and the protocol of identification of the remains signed by the chief of MED of the Lazdijai County and a few of his subordinates 4 days later. The analysis of the first document, the act of descent of event, shows that on the day of the event, the Czechists did not know who the person they shot was. Among the belongings of the deceased was a passport in the name of another person. According to this document, he was a person from the neighboring Alytus County, so it was natural that the local Czechist assistants could not have known him. Suspicion was probably aroused by the photographs of the 5 children, one of which was inscribed with the words Vitkus, and by the 2 documents addressed to the district commander Kazimieraitis and his deputy, nicknamed Doctor, which suggested some kind of connections between the deceased and the highest partisan leadership of that region. The second document, the protocol for the identification of the remains, showed that a man who had been arrested 2 months earlier and who had helped to publish an underground newspaper and who therefore closely knew the commander of the Southern Lithuanian Partisans area, Kazimieraitis, was brought from Vilnius to identify the dead person. That arrested man confirmed the identity of Kazimieraitis. The events we are discussing took place in midsummer. The protocol for the identification of the remains was drawn up on 6th July. It is 4 days after his death. For the historian examining the documents, those 4 days of summer appear to be an important circumstance. There could hardly have been any special conditions for the storage of the bodies of the dead in the centers of the districts, And people who remembered the post-war period said that the bodies of foreign guerrillas led out in the public areas at most 2 or 3 days and then disappeared. On the basis of such consideration, it was assumed that Kazimieraitis was buried soon after his death and unearthed when a person who could identify him arrived. Similar cases, also rare in post-war Lithuania, have been documented. However, the oral testimonies of the participants in the events of that time were crucial for the discovery of the remains. These were 2 people who were imprisoned at the NKVD headquarters in Leipalingis in July 1946. Already in the present day, as in the 1990s, one of them said that at the time of his imprisonment, he was taken to the courtyard of the NKVD headquarters to dig up and wash the corpse. The other prisoner testified that he had seen through the window of the cellar in which he was being held a man unknown to him being unearthed and then reburied under the direction of the Chekists. The discovery that there was only one cellar window in the NKVD building provided the researchers with important information about the area where archaeological excavations should be carried out. The remains of the partisan commander were discovered 10 meters away, directly in front of the basement window. Finally, I think it would be useful to review some of the patterns that were observed during the archaeological excavation throughout the courtyard of the NKVD headquarters in Leipalingis. First of all, it should be noted that the remains were buried in different places in the courtyard, away from each other. Another tendency is that a larger proportion of the remains are buried at the edges of the yard, it is near the former yard fence or beyond it, but also near the fence. In only one case, a group of 3 as yet unidentified individuals, a man aged from 30 to 35, a woman aged 18-23, and an infant aged from 1 to 2 years were buried in the center of the courtyard, close to the entrance to the building. Thirdly, no remains were found at all on the side of the courtyard adjacent to the street. That is in an area that was more visible to passers-by. The Leipalingis and NKVD courtyard has not yet been excavated, and the search will continue during this year's archaeological season. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Rimantas. Now, hopefully, we couldn't miss the opportunity to ask some questions from our top specialists. Please, could we gather around here? One is missing. So, our speakers are ready for questions, I guess. You have surely many questions.
Okay.
So please, could somebody just...
Hi there. Thank you all so much for your presentations. I learned something new and interesting from every one of them. I do want to ask our last speaker from Lithuania a question. I think it's really amazing that your group is doing what it's doing, looking for the remains of people who were victimized by the Soviet regime. And I think all the work everyone's doing to find these victims and bring their names back is super important. But I looked up the name of Juozas, and it seems that there's credible evidence that he was a concentration camp guard at Majdanek, which goes a little bit beyond, I think, the idea that the Lithuanians saw the Nazis as enemy number 2, if true. And I'm definitely willing to hear evidence to the contrary. But I'm wondering if there's space in these conversations to say that people were both could be perpetrators in one regime and victims of another, instead of kind of going with some of the latest theories in perpetrator studies that it's not, for some people, they're not victims or perpetrators for their entire life. It's sort of a relational thing, and it changes over somebody's lifetime. Because I think one of the reasons we have memory wars is that it's like there's one narrative or another of these people, and there's not room to talk about the decisions people make, the reasons that they might turn to violence at one point in their life, and then, for example, become victims of violence themselves. Thank you.
Could you formulate the question, or was it just a comment, or?
Yeah, I think the question is there room to talk about these stories of both perpetrating and then becoming a victim of violence, or in whichever order it occurred? Because, the history... Yeah.
Kas meil on vene keelest tõlkimise võimalus ka? On? Пожалуйста.
Спасибо. Но это тяжелый вопрос и для историков, и для литовской общественности. Что я могу сказать? Какому-то определенно законченному ответу мы не пришли. И я могу, может быть, только сказать по поводу вашего вопроса о тех партизанах, которые как-то были связаны с военными преступлениями во время немецкой оккупации. С одной стороны, ясно и существует консенсус и в общественности и среди политиков, что такие партизаны, мы их находим где-то, но как-то мы не начинаем их прославлять, не монументы какие-нибудь ставим. Просто возвращаем их родственников их останки. Но с другой стороны, говоря вообще о послевоенном партизанском движении, я как историк могу сказать, что существует такое, немножко, я бы сказал, что миф существует. Это движение послевоенное, оно было движение, в принципе, молодых людей. Они были возраста 18-23, то есть 18-30 лет. И во всех этих событиях военного времени просто не участвовали. Когда исследуешь, когда читаешь документы, например, 40-го года, 41-го года, и потом начинаешь исследовать документы после 44-го года, у тебя возникает впечатление, что ты сталкиваешься с другим поколением. То есть одно поколение жило до войны, во время войны, и когда исследуешь документы после войны, это совсем другие люди. И те участники войны, Второй мировой войны, в этом партизанском движении составляет где-то до 5%. А те, которые связаны как-то, например, с Голокостом в Литве, таких людей я бы сказал, до 1%. Вот проблема у нас такая. Но с другой стороны, это не освобождает нас от того, как оценивать их деятельность в военное время. Хотя это касается очень маленького числа людей.
Конечно, можно.
Я не знаю, откуда эта информация насчет того, что Виткус Казимирайтис был в Майданнике, но это...
Нет, Виткус не был в Майданнике.
Виткус в Майданнике не был.
То есть это не факт, что this is not true that he was in Majdanek. This is kind of wrong information.
Вопрос было сказано про Виткуса.
It's about another commander.
So this is maybe quite a accusation, so we had to, stay on facts. Of course, it's for as for historian, it's no question we have to take in account all the parts of the people and persons which we are searching for. Please.
Да, так я закончу свою реплику свою. Виткус Казимирайтис не был в Майданнике, но другой офицер был. Вероятно, он и подразумевается под этим вопросом. Был Балтусис. Но конкретно, поскольку идет речь о Виткусе Казимирайтисе, я думаю, что просто я должен был реплику высказать.
Нет, Виткус Казимирайтис во время войны, он работал в Вильнюсе в отделе, связанном, как это по-русски будет, с квартирами, с бытовым фондом. И ничего общего вообще с немецкой администрацией не имел.
So this could be. We can't ask a question based on wrong facts, right? Okay. Maybe next question.
Да, это часто встречающийся вопрос, я ничего против этого не имею.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else, please?
I would like to ask a question to Dr. Krajewska. How do you, I did not understand exactly, or maybe you did also not tell us, how you do with these DNA analysis. Very often you don't find all the people that are searched for. For instance, if I would be a Polish citizen and I would look for information whether you would find my grandfather somewhere, could I give you my DNA already today and maybe you would find him in 20 years? That's what I'm thinking about. Or what do? Do you wait till you find something and then you start to search for relatives who might be dead and buried already by then? If I could understand that better, then I would be very happy. Thank you.
Okay, so that's true that we have kind of two paths of receive the materials from relatives. One, it's the situation when someone just came and said that his relatives lost his lives in this situation which we have in the act of Institute of National Remembrance. And he wanted to leave his DNA in our base. We have to save this data and this material. But the other path is the situation when we are looking for the relatives in the basic of the, for example, sides of the case which we are involved in this time, and we are starting. We know that we are starting. We want to start exhumated work, and we are looking for these relatives, and we are talking and we are trying to explain the situation. And after this, we very often receive the comparative material. So if someone wants to leave his material in the base, of course, because of the legislative regulation, he can do this. But we also very often said that it's not a guarantee that we will find these relative victims. We're trying to be honest with the people who give us his material, and we said that we will be trying, but we can't say that the burial of this victim will be found. We very often the beginning of this situation is the check by historians, the situation that maybe this victim somewhere is known as a for example, some kind of mass grave victim. And we give that information like we will not for sure identify this person, but we know that the grave of this person is, for example, somewhere in the mass grave. That's why the first step it's query and work of historians. And after this, we receive the information to our department that everything is checked, and we can, for example, contact with this family and save the material, because we don't have information about grave of this person.
More questions, please? Now is the opportunity.
У меня вопрос в продолжение. Скажите, пожалуйста, насколько эта генетическая база ограничена Польшей? Почему я спрашиваю? Потому что сейчас существует очень много генетических баз данных с открытыми данными, и американская база, и европейская, даже две базы данных, в которые принимают генетический материал просто по желанию, там кто хочет корни установить и так далее. Вы данные останков прогоняете по этим общим открытым базам данных или работаете только со своей, с данной на территории Польши? Потому что после войны была очень большая миграция, и потомки могли уехать в любую страну, и это старые люди, а мы знаем, что чем старше человек, тем достовернее схождение материала. Вот как вы обходитесь с теми, которые не живут на территории Польши? Пользуетесь ли вы вот этими открытыми базами генетических данных?
Okay, I will try to. I didn't hear the beginning of the question, but I think I understand what was the main ask. Starting from beginning, our database it's of course there is a data which, first of all, it's connected with sensitive data. So we can't have exchange between countries with all of this data which we have. In CODIS, it's just a profile in any information of the person. The information about person is in genetic database, which we have permission for the people who give us material that we can use it, and it's we can't exchange this information. It's how it is, RODO in the defense of the personal data, sensitive data, security. So, so we are not exchange this information, and we also can. I don't know the situation that we have open source to different database where we have genetic information connected with personal information. I don't know that kind of database in the world, in United States or even in Europe. Of course, they can be database where they're trying to analyze some profiles, but this profiles has to be connected with some personal data. And this personal data, they are not for sure in this database. So we can exchange this information for now. But also we have to say that in receive the relative material, this we very often trying to contact with the people abroad. So we are doing this procedure also in Germany, in Australia, for example, in United States. So it's a bit complicated. We have to help with government, but we are doing that kind of also procedures to receive material from relatives which are abroad for now.
I would add that it's all about the legal acts. The act that found the act of IPN found genetic material base. It's dedicated for the Polish citizens and their relatives, the victims. The relatives who are looking for the relatives, they needed to be a Polish citizens. The victims lost their lives in years 1917, 1990. So as you said, they could lose their life somewhere deep in the Siberia, an example. But on the other hand, the relatives that still get Polish citizenship that could live somewhere abroad, we collect the DNA and then we can register in our base. So the legal act is very wide, but it's precise. I mean the circumstances of losing the life since the Bolshevik revolution till the end of the communist era in Poland. And every single case is very individual just because of that.
Yeah, but for sure the legislation forbid for us to make an open...
no right to exchange the data with other sources. It's against the law, so it was it would be very trouble for the IPN, for us as administrators.
More questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I have two small questions. One to, sorry, look it up. To Raphael, I think.
Raphael.
Raphael.
Yeah, that's me.
Sorry. The Calvary, has it been a German prisoner of war camp before 44? Because I saw it on a
I've never heard about it.
Because I saw it on a POW card. And I was also wondering...
on the place of the Vilnius Calvary?
Yes, German prisoner of war camp for Soviet prisoners.
Never heard that. It was actually closed because of the fight against the Catholic Church. Then in the 60s, the stations were destroyed, but the camp the camp in the.
Aha.
Okay, so there is a similar the little city called Kalvaria. That's
Thanks
why
very
it's not like a Vilnius district. Yes,
yeah, okay.
Indeed, that's right.
And I have a question to Anton as well. Sorry, and you showed the picture of Nino and Ali, and it was very interesting for me because it tackles the question how different religions and cultures handle the question of burial, questions of the proper burial, and right now, as I understood, the remnants are in the property of the church, or the
Yes.
Orthodox Church. But is there a solution to find a I don't know, secular
yes, there is
proposal?
only solution is to make a secular burial procedure. Yeah, there are a lot of like word fight between Muslim communities and Christians. So Muslims demanded to identify all of them. It is impossible. Then local diocese and bishop, they said it was happening during our conference that even if they say prayer during the process of burial, only those bodies and souls will receive this prayer who were Christian before, and they can't say prayer on other denominations. So the final decision is to make a secular. This is why we wanted, and we were pushing to attract state in it, and state should decide some things, and not any diocese or eparchy or something. And because of this, after 2019, they annulled this burial process and said that, okay, so we will like help in something if needed, but we won't decide how to bury, where to bury, and when, and so on. And also, its decision, maybe it will be like some decision made by designers or something, to put religious signs or symbols around the Muslim symbol as well as Jewish or Christian. It's just as a symbol and not on the every of the grave. If identified, then someone for sure can put their symbol on the grave. So, yeah. But it's complicated. If you must also know, like inside the kitchen of Batumi and of Ajara, there are constant talks about and problems about building some new mosque or so on and so on. So, yeah, nowadays about 35% is Muslim, and the rest is Orthodox Christian in the region. So,
thank you. Maybe some more, please.
Thank you for all panelists. And actually, I have three questions. One will be the general one for all speakers. Does your country has a burial procedure which is standardized and set by law or any regulation? And does your country has instruction of burial procedure, including all the symbols, all the persons who are involved in this procedure? And because we are heading, in Latvia, we are heading to make such procedure as standardized and well regulated. And yeah, so this is the question number one. And then I have questions to speakers from Lithuania and Poland about KGB archives. Number one, does Lithuania and Poland acquired and obtained all the KGB archives? And because we in Latvia had the problems with with these archives, and if yes, then the question to you is, is these archives and in those found information correct and objective? Thank you.
Well, this question sounds like it needs several different speeches about that. In the month of administration, I have to, go to the conclusion of the conference soon. But maybe in very few words, representative of each country could answer.
Sorry, and I will speak in Russian. Okay. Я начну, наверное, если коротко. Да, у нас по решению Совета Министров есть определенная процедура, но в себя она включает только финансовые расходы, когда родственники находят какие-то останки своего соплеменника, то, насколько я помню, 20 средних зарплат в Литве. Такая компенсация от государства.
What about Poland?
To be more precise about the burials, you mean the procedure for those who were found?
Or general?
Or in so it's actually
in general.
In general, yes, it is. There is a law how to make a burial, and also in the fact that the many of people who we found who are found were soldiers. So there is a special law regulation in the army how to proceed with the official burials. About the KGB. And yeah, the answer is very simple, yes and no, because it's about the details. So some cases were left, they weren't destroyed, actually not KGB, but because Poland was half independent. However, some of documents are in good conditions, they weren't lost, and however distracted. They are precise till some point. I mean about the circumstances of shooting, how they proceed with the bodies, but there is no, very often it's like there is no exactly showing the place where the bodies were hid. So it's opposite. We have to support by other sources about the some oral memories and so on. So sometimes the clue is like the evidence of the death mostly is safe, but the rest, the circumstances of the secret burial, just in a very few cases, I would say. And the good example, the last thing, the good example of the burial was the common burial. Last 2 weeks, in the Friday was in the Lithuania there was a ceremony of the funeral of the soldiers who killed in the fight against each other in 1920 and Lazdenai, a Polish called Zawiasy. So there was the Polish and Lithuanian army. They put on the coffins the Polish and Lithuanian flag. Very a great ceremony. So it is, and this is in practice. It has its place as well.
Thank you. Maybe some words about Georgia, Anton, about reburial of remains.
No, the general procedures. If you find not a concrete procedures about the victims or repressions.
Does the government supports it some way? Or?
No, it's individual. It should be decided individually.
By family.
I think government now will support the whole process to make a kind of. We are trying to make this until on 26th of May this year to bury these victims because it's our Independent Day, and somehow to make a ceremony and speak about great terror. So yeah. Also, there is differences between, because it's Ajara, it's autonomous republic. They have their own legislative basis. It's a little bit. It looks similar like the central, but it has its differences. So. Yeah, but no, it's almost nothing has been done in this direction. So we are creating now, including these legislative things, and asking them to somehow make.
What about
this.
Romania?
Okay, to be quite frank, I'm not like really acquainted with the legal procedures related to how do you bury people. I'm just gonna say, let's tell you a little story, very short. We have a similar situation in Romania. Our institute conducted archaeological investigations within the camp, former forced labor camp, Pirita in the Dunăre. We have 53 bodies that were recovered from there, that were buried in the vicinity of the former cemetery over there, you know. And these bodies are now at the National Institute of Legal Medicine, and we are trying to find those persons, like their identity, by 2 years, like biannual appeal to like the relatives of those who were like political prisoners in Pirita, to, I don't know, to come to us and offer us DNA samples in order to, I don't know, identify those 53. I think there were 2 cases that were resolved up until now. And I think after that, it is the family can choose to, I don't know, offer their, like the remains, a proper burial, in conformity with like Romanian legislation.
Thank you. Arnold, kas sa sooviksid lisada midagi Eesti kohta äkki?
See töötab, jah? Eestis on vastu võetud 2007. aastal sõjahaudade kaitse seadus, mis siis Eesti spetsiifikat seletab lahti rohkem kui ütleme Genfi konventsioon. Et meie nagu eripära on selles seaduses see, et sõjahaudade lahti seletamisel on toodud selline kategooria sisse nagu teise maailmasõja järgses relvastatud vastupanuvõitluses langenud. Ehk siis meil rahvakeeli metsavendadeks kutsutud. See tähendab siis seda, et riik tegeleb ka nende isikute ümbermatmisega. Juhul, kui ei ole vaja toimetada mingisugusegi tuvastamisprotseduure, lugu on selge, mingi üksik mees on kuskilgi maetud ebasobivas kohas ja sugulased soovivad ta kalmistule anda, siis Eesti Sõjamuuseum seda seadust täites tuleb, aitab, maksab ka hauakivi ja kirstu ja muus osas siis tuleb järgida kalmistuseadust, toimetada koostöös kalmistu omanikuga, mis Eestis üldjuhul on omavalitsus. Kalmistuseadus muidugi selliseid juhtumeid päris otseselt ette ei näe ja siis tekivad sellised probleemid, et küsitakse lahkunu isiku koodi ja surmatunnistust. Siiamaani oleme me saanud ilma isikukoodita hakkama ja surmatunnistuse asemel on sobinud Eesti Sõjamuuseumi siis vastav ametlik kiri kalmistu omanikule. Nii et mõningad sellised hallid alad seal tegelikult on, et rahvastikuregistris võib-olla oleks mingeid kandeid vaja teha. Ja kui on tegemist Eesti Vabariigi ohvitseriga, siis nagu ka siin Poola kolleegid ütlesid, siis see ohvitseride matmine, sellel on juba oma määrustikupärane protseduur. Sellega kõik, jah.
Asi selge meie osas. Suur tänu. Now I'm very, very sorry that we have to finished with it now, but I hope that if somebody has any questions, you could communicate vis-a-vis, and there will be no problem. So thank you very much again for our excellent presenters. Thank you. And now is time for final word. Meelis Maripuu, please.
Ennem kui ma omalt poolt kõige viimased sõnad ütlen, ma paluks siia tegelikult hea kolleegi Irina, tänu kellele tegelikult toimus meie esimene üritus aastal 2019 ja toimus ka tänane, kui ei oleks olnud esimest, ei oleks ka teist olnud. Initsiatiiv selle ürituse korraldamiseks tuli Irina poolt ja meie lihtsalt siis olles paremas positsioonis seda praktiliselt korraldada, selle korraldamisega, nii et ma kõigepealt annan sõna Irinale selleks, et meie selleaastasest üritusest teha kokkuvõtte tema silmade läbi ja siis pärast seda ma hea meelega ütlen mõned sõnad omalt poolt.
В терминологии нашей конференции последнее слово звучит двухсмысленно. Вы знаете, всегда очень жалко говорить, подводить итог, потому что это значит, что у нас все закончилось. А хотелось еще так много обо всем поговорить и все обсудить. Вы знаете, совершенно замечательно, что мы все здесь сегодня встретились. Мы обменялись опытом, и этот опыт категорически разный. Это разные условия поиска, это разные политические условия. Где-то есть поддержка государства, где-то этой поддержки просто нет, а где-то оно мешает. И несмотря на это, мы говорим с вами на одном языке. На языке людей, которые считают необходимым найти всех жертв террора и всех борцов сопротивления. Найти поименно все могилы. Я не знаю, сколько понадобится времени, но вот мы с Мелисом все время сожалели, что 2 года пандемии мы не могли провести конференцию. Но сейчас видно, как за 2 года, почти за 3 года мы обросли, мы в смысле наше сообщество, а я считаю, что это сообщество уже начало формироваться, обросло новыми методиками, новыми пониманиями и новыми способами работы с таким сложным множественным объектом, как некрополь террора. И я думаю, что мы продолжим эту работу. И огромное спасибо Эстонскому институту памяти, потому что если бы не вы, мы бы все здесь не смогли собраться. Поэтому спасибо большое и нам всем удачи.
Nii, ma ei hakka üle rääkima neid häid mõtteid, mida Irina juba rääkis, kuidas need probleemid on erinevates riikides ja kuidas need erinevused meid ka ühendavad. Selle mõtte juurde võib-olla ma omalt poolt lisaksin ainult selle, et mitte ainult see riikide erinevus, vaid ma tooksin võrdluseks võib-olla holokausti teema käsitlemise, mis meil selle viimase 2 päeva jooksul olnud paar korda jutuks. Eilsel päeval ka niimoodi küsimus on esitatud, et kas me peame sellest ka ikkagi rääkima, kui meil teema on ju kommunismi ohvrite nekropol, siis selles kontekstis on holokausti teema käsitlemine mõneti oluline või seda hoida kusagil endal meeles pigem minu meelest ühtepidi eeskujuna, kuidas holokausti teemat on uuritud, kui põhjalikult, teisipidi hoiatava näitena minu jaoks vähemalt, et keskendumine ainult ühe teema uurimisele ja tekitada endale ettekujutus, et kui me tegeleme ühe kitsama teema uurimisega, siis see lahendab universaalselt kõik meie probleemid. Minu arust see maailmas ei tööta, sellepärast et maailmas, nagu me näeme, on väga palju erinevaid autoritaarseid, veel rohkem kuritegelikke režiime, mis on nendele rahvastele, kes nendele kannatasid, tunduvalt lähemal ja nende režiimide kuritegude õppetundide kaudu õpitakse, ma arvan, seda kurjust tunduvalt paremini tundma kui läbi holokausti, mis oli tõepoolest suur ja kohutav, kuid siiski mõnedele rahvastele kaugem. Nii et ma arvan, et holokausti tundmine või selle õpetamine ei asenda mingil moel iga rahva enda mineviku tundmaõppimist ja selle läbitöötamist. Et selle koha peal võib-olla see universaalsuse mõiste ei ole päris absoluutne. Aga mis puudutab tulevikku, minevikus oleme kaevanud piisavalt, et siis oleme küll seda meelt, et esimene ja teine ei jää ilma kolmandata, et meie kindel soov on kõiki teid, kes te praegu siin olete, neid mõningaid kolleege, kes olid meiega 3 aastat tagasi ja täna ei ole, neid ei ole palju, enamik on uuesti siin, kutsuda uuesti siia. Ma ei ütle teile praegu, mis ajal see täpselt toimub, et sel aastal ilmselt küll mitte uuesti, et nii tihti me ei jõua. Kas see toimub aastal 2024, võiks olla, aga seda me vaatame töö käigus ja kindlasti püüame teile võimalikult aegsasti teada anda, et see plaan on meil küpsemas, et te saaksite oma tegevusi selle järgi juba planeerida. Aga meil on mõte, et me ei tahaks teid ära unustada ka vahepeal, sest kui me aastal 2019 seda ettevõtmist Irina õhutusel alustasime, siis oli meie mõte ja soov nende konverentside käigus tekitada kõigepealt iseendale muidugi arusaam, et kuidas seda probleemi erinevates riikides on lahendatud, millised probleemid kusagil riikides on, millised on need edusammud, aga meie eesmärk oli see, et see ei jääks ainult meie endi teada, vaid see informatsioon muutuks kusagil avalikuks, see oleks igal sobilikul hetkel huvilistele kättesaadav. Meil ei õnnestunud seda teha niimoodi, et 2019. aasta ettekanded oleksid olnud kohe sellised valmis artiklid, mida kõiki avaldama hakata, kuigi mõned nendest me ka avaldasime, aga mitte kõiki. Selle aasta ettekanded me ka selliselt otseselt ei palunud esitada, et ta oleks artikkel, aga praegu on meil küll selline kava, et me oma instituudi toimetiste sarjas, mida meil enam-vähem igal aastal püüame ühe köite välja anda, et me tõenäoliselt oma toimetiste järgmise köite pühendaksime nekropolistika teemale teemakohase köitena ja siis pöörduksime tõenäoliselt enamike teie poole, kes te täna siin olete, kes te enda riigi kohta ühe või teisesuguse ülevaate kirjutasite ja ka need, kes tegid oma riikide kohta ülevaate 3 aastat tagasi. Võib-olla kõigile ei ole võimalik, võib-olla me kõigini ei jõua, aga vähemalt eesmärk on, et me võimaluste piirides, kes meile vastab, kes leiab selleks võimaluse, koondaksime kokku sellised ülevaatlikud artiklid selle teema probleemistiku kohta nendes osalevates riikides ja nende puhul me annaksime siis ette ka juba teatud sellise soovitusliku struktuuri, et milliseid teemapunkte see ülevaade peaks kajastama, et ta oleks ülevaated riikide kohta omavahel võrreldavad, ülevaade oleks arusaadavam. Selge see, et kõik riigid ei saa seda struktuuri ühteviisi täita, sest mõnes kohas probleeme on, teises kohas probleemi ei ole, aga siis selles punktis saabki lihtsalt üle minna, et seda probleemi ei ole. Et selline on meie plaan tulevikuks. Tulevikuga seoses on kahtlemata plaane rohkem, aga kelle ärasõidu aeg vähegi võimaldab, siis nagu eelnev informatsioon on ka olnud, me ootame kõiki osalisi tegelikult homme hommikul tagasi veel siia majja sellisele seminarile, kus me ei istu enam selles suures saalis üksteisest väga kaugel, aga kus me oleme tihedamalt ümber ühe laua ja Irinal kindlasti on praegu juba hulk mõtteid ette valmistatud, mida tahaks homme hommikul võimaluse piires teiega läbi arutada, millele ta siin oma lõppsõnas ka juba vihjas, aga jätame need mõtted homseks, et ärme hakkame homset seminarid ära pidama.